the club. Hang on, I'm going to put you on voice. I'm going to put you on loudspeaker. Hang on. Don't say anything bad about the Essex commentator because he's next to me, or Johnny Cantor, because they're both here. Yeah. So I'm talking down the line now. So can you hear? It's okay.
Oh yeah, I can hear it through the stream now.
Can you?
So,
Hang on.
seems to be working absolutely fine.
Oh yeah, we won't hear the effects, might you? But you can hear me, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah, it's a bit delayed because it's on the TV as well, which I need to turn down. It's awfully loud.
Okay. Oh, what? I'm too loud.
No, sorry, our TV's up too loud.
Okay. Okay, mate.
Yeah, so it sounds perfect. Yeah.
Okay. Top stuff. I'll go and sort the effects microphone out, so we're good to go.
Great, sounds good. Fingers crossed for another result.
Thanks, mate. Have you?
We might not see that.
Yeah. So have you heard anything about if they were? I know it's a little way off, but if they were to get to the quarterfinals,
yeah.
have you heard any more about where they're going to be played? I mean, would they play here, for example?
There's still a lot of discussion about it, I think, and even Rob is unsure at the moment.
Really?
Yeah, I know from the ECB schedule, they're all scheduled for 6:30 on the same day, 1st of October, but whether that will be the case or not, I don't know, because obviously if we're home, we won't be on TV, so it'll only be at the Aegeus or Kia Oval that are on Sky.
So we couldn't host the Sky cameras here?
We can't host the Sky cameras here this year, no, because they're only doing Kia Oval and the Aegeus, but that's not to say that we wouldn't be put at a neutral venue or something to put us on TV, but
Jeepers.
yeah, I don't know.
Which takes away the value of winning the group, really, doesn't it? You know, because you could win the group and end up playing at an away ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Sussex's record in T20 would argue that playing away might help us.
Well, that's true. That's true enough.
Pretty certain only one of the games will be televised.
Yeah. Yeah, we were just discussing it here about what we... I wonder whether they might change the... Yeah, we'll see, mate. Anyway, okay, the main thing is working.
I was wondering whether they might do like a double header and have the 2
I wondered that.
TV and then
Well, it would make a lot more sense to do it 2 consecutive days, maybe Wednesday and Thursday, 2 double headers. That would make perfect sense, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it would be good, wouldn't it, to get all of the games on TV.
Because, I mean, it's unlikely Essex will qualify for the quarterfinals, and if Somerset don't either, then you could say that these sides are being kicked.
Why they picked the 1st of October is because of Boris's 1st of
Well,
October line, wasn't it? And
the crowds. But that's not going to happen. They're not going to have crowds, are they? On crowds.
Nick Gledhill here at the cricket in Brighton. How are you? I was just we're doing the commentary this afternoon from 10 to 2, so if anybody wants to give me a ring, just to check the levels and everything, we can do that. Yeah. Just on my mobile, or then talk down the line, so I can listen down the line, because I am dialed up, so we'll then get hold of me. I think it's, well, not sure what line it's on, but it'll be the 01386429905 number, which, whatever line that is, but it is, the line is up, so, so the number I've dialed up is on.
Each match is played by 2 teams of 11 players. Some are batters, some are bowlers, and there's 1 wicketkeeper. Both teams have a chance to bat and bowl. Look out for the coin toss. That's how they decide which team bats or bowls first. Each team has 20 overs to score as many runs as possible. The team with the most runs wins the game. 1 over is made up of 6 good deliveries from the bowler. To score runs, batters hit the ball and run between the stumps. If the ball reaches the boundary, it's 4 runs, and if it gets there without bouncing, that's a 6. While the batting team are scoring runs, the bowling team are trying to stop them and get the batters out by taking wickets. A few ways batters can be out are bowled, caught, run out, stumped, and LBW. Watch out for signals from the umpires, 4s, 6s, wickets, and these when a bad delivery has been bowled. Bad deliveries add runs to the batting team's score, and the bowler must bowl an extra ball. If you see the umpire doing this, the next ball is a free hit, and the batter cannot be out, bowled, caught, LBW, or stumped. And those are all the basics you need to know to get behind your team in this year's Vitality Blast competition.
And what a perfect start. Set up beautifully. Easily picked up. Skimmed across the turf. Crashed through again. He looks in the mood tonight. Easy. Saw it very, very early, did Cameron Delport, but he saw it straight into the hands of mid-wicket, and Sussex finally made the breakthrough. Now, beautifully struck. Wheater's first boundary.
To hurry here.
Looks like he had a bit of time to spare.
Boy, he's strong through there. Oh, that's timed, but too well. It is straight down the throat of Behrendorff.
Lovely shot down the ground. 6 more, but they need this, Essex. They need to win this game. That's gone up a long way. Good catch in the end. Warrington Escarta goes from 9. Beautifully played. Just opened the face and found the gap. Wonderful batting. Lovely shot. Strong shot down the ground. Slow ball and it's been dispatched. What a shot that is. Onto the roof.
Better direction, but sweetly timed. Beautiful from Bopara. Carved away and brilliantly timed. Classic Bopara. Straight into the hospitality. Well, that's clean. That is sensational.
Parry have the shot of the night.
Should be out. Yeah. And something special had to occur to get rid of Ravi Bopara.
He's not going to hang around, but that is right out of the toe of the bat. Big start that for Essex. Salt is a dangerous player. Looked right at his best, hits it through the covers. Well, splice to the bat again. That has gone a long way up. Oh, good catch in the end.
Lou Wright's gone for 5.
Oh, back to A chips. Bopara. Catch. Nice shot. Great wrists. Good again. The crowd are starting to get behind him. Make that 4 on the bounce.
You don't bowl there to Visa. Again, brilliant. It's so easy. Well, not quite sure what happened to that one.
Simple catch. Well played, 35. Sussex 90 for 4. Big appeal and given. Misjudged the length. It was a little quicker. Too short. Picked up very quickly. Bashed away by Jordan. Cleverly played. Very cleverly played. Just found the gap. That'll take him to 50. Oh, that's a good shot. That's a terrific shot. Cool, what a shot. We've seen some amazing shots throughout the day, throughout the evening.
Oh, that's close. That's out. No more from Visa.
What a knock that was, though, David Visa. 66.
That has been smoked. Googly to start. And that's brilliantly done. Oh, what a catch. It's the captain again, Simon Harmer. Oh, he's picked him out, and it's gone.
Amir gets it right.
Gone. Oh, it doesn't get much better than that. It's up, it's over. It's going to be 4, but it's too little too late for the Sussex Sharks.
Hi. Well, the Sussex guys aren't in at the moment, so what I'll do, yeah, fine. So it's just for the web stream. Lovely. Okay, I'll get them to do that once they come back in. Lovely, thanks. Should only be a few minutes. No problem. Fine, no problem.
Mr. G. Absolutely.
Oh, brilliant. Studio were just saying, have we got the stream number for them to dial up?
I think that was booked by Essex.
Right.
So I think Glenn should have that.
Right.
I think Glenn booked the stream.
Yeah. Are you there, Paul? Oh yeah. We reckon that Glenn's booked the stream. Chase. Yeah, lovely. Okay. Lovely. Thanks a lot. Okay.
I'll put this in the fridge.
Lovely. We have one at the end. Right. sorting the stream out, hopefully. Yeah.
First and foremost, Dale, happy birthday.
Thank you.
It's been a while since we've seen you guys at Hove, 2 away games in last week. We'll start with Hampshire. What a good win that was on TV.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously the last couple of years our T20 team's been really good, but you know, after to lose such a close game here against Kent and to bounce back like that on a tough wicket again, you know, Righty and Vies set the tone, put on, you know, a very good partnership and got us to a score which is, you know, we felt was more than defendable, definitely. And then the bowlers, you know, just showed the class, showed the skills and brought us home.
And you mentioned previous to that Hampshire game, the Kent game here. How good was it then to go back to tabletop in Kent on Saturday and then another brilliant win after such a tough result against them 2 weeks before?
Yeah, no, again, it was good. The boys showed their class again. You know, the bowlers, they got off to a really good start, and then, you know, we managed to drag it back in the middle and keep taking poles, and towards the end, you know, the same. You know, the bowlers are doing a really good job, you know, for us as batters. You know, having to chase 140, you know, on that wicket was fairly easy in the end, as we showed, but, you know, they're just showing their class, and it was nice to, you know, have a good all-round performance from everyone.
You called yourself a batsman there, but against Kent, you were really good with the ball as well. How good was that to get a chance with the ball and show what you can do there?
Yeah, no, it was nice. Again, you know, obviously, you know, the two spinners in Biro and Briggsy been doing a really good job, and you know, Righty's always said to me, just be ready, and yeah, that was nice to get a bowl and do well, get a couple of poles for the lads, and yeah, just, you know, back up sort of Biro and Briggsy and the seamers doing good work.
But let's talk about that knock. 62 unbeaten off 33 balls. How did it feel out in the middle, and how did you approach? Because obviously it was a low score for them. How did you approach your innings, and how did it feel out there?
Yeah, I mean, it was nice to, you know, get some runs and then be there at the end and get the lads over the line. But no, yeah, I just, you know, try to take some feedback that the lads, you know, given me a couple of weeks ago when we played Kent here in you know, a higher scoring chase, and yeah, try and take their advice and you know, get myself in, and then towards the end probably express myself a bit more, and you know, in the end done it quite easily, which was quite nice. You know, probably if we were batting first, we were looking at quite a large total then, you know, getting 140 with 5 overs to spare. But no, it was nice to get over the line, but be there at the end for the lads and win it.
It was a half century in that match as well, and a week ago today you were scoring a half century in the Bob Willis Trophy, so you must be feeling pretty good with the bat at the moment. Yeah,
I mean, I'm just feeling that, you know, my confidence has grown, and you know, obviously, you know, having 4 months off wasn't ideal with COVID, but you know, coming back, I feel like I'm getting my rhythm back, and I'm hitting the ball how I want to be. So yeah, it's nice to sort of get some runs and you know, contribute to wins, but unfortunate, you know, to lose against Surrey. But it's, you know, it's nice to get some runs, and hopefully it can continue. Yeah, back to the blast. It's a very, very busy week starting against Essex Eagles today. How's the squad feeling going into today's match and then the next 3 games as well? Yeah, no, we're feeling good. Boys are confident. You know, coming off the back of two brilliant wins, top of the group as well. So yeah, I think it's just about the boys just keep building on this momentum that we've got now, and everyone's skills are in a really good place. You know, people are putting up their hands at different times, you know, to try and help us win games of cricket. So no, I think we're in a really good place, and you know, it's going to be busy, and you know, the lads are doing a really good job of looking after their bodies and in that respect, and so hopefully we can just continue on this role, and you know, hopefully at the end of the season lift the trophy. Well, let's hope so. Good luck today, Dale. Thank you.
And we just turn the mics off just for a moment. Lovely. Sure, lovely. Oh, it's quite an early split, a minute and a half time. What's on it now? Right, gosh. Why don't you do that? This is going to be quite a lengthy chat, isn't it? I don't mind, but you know it better than having been to every game. Definitely, yeah. So that's the effects mic, is it? Who's doing that one? Yeah, that one is lovely. Right. Yeah. See if I can remember the sea end and the Cromwell Road end. We're at the sea end here, or is it? Yeah, we are. Yeah. Yeah. Cromwell Road ends up there. Yeah. Getting used to it. Okay. No problem. And good afternoon to you, and welcome to, well, a beautiful sunlit Hove. A lot drier than I was last year. A few weeks ago we had quite a lot of rain for the 4-day game, but it is midsummer arriving in mid-September here. Absolutely lovely day. And, well, Essex have got to try and find some way of rescuing their T20 campaign. I think many would say it's probably beyond salvation already, but all they can do is win their last 4 games and hope that 10 points leads them to some sort of improbable qualification as one of the best third-place sides. If they were to lose today against Sussex, that is certainly the end of things. Well, the news is that Sussex have won the toss and they've decided to field first, and Essex have made one change. Matt Quinn was a little bit unlucky to be left out of the Surrey game on Friday. He's back in for Aaron Beard. Aaron Beard bowling pretty well, but just struggling with his bowling at the death, but he's been left out of this one. Other than that, the side is the same. It was quite a radical change on Friday, so one or two of those who got a chance there have another chance to impress. Cameron Delport, of course, who was excellent at the top of the order. He's in the side. The other change, apart from Matt Quinn coming back in, is that Tom Wesley is back in the side. With Michael Pepper keeping wicket. So Adam Wheaton not playing in this game. So it's Delport, Wesley, Lawrence, Pepper, Tenderscarter, Walter, Harmer, Quinn, Plum, Nijar and Cook. I'm pretty certain that Adam Wheaton was in the squad, so it might just be a little bit of an issue there. Tom Wesley, who was left out of the game on Friday, of course, the 4-day captain, back in the side. So 2 changes in all then, and Essex will be hoping that Tom Wesley will suddenly be able to find his best form having had a brief period out of the side. For Sussex, well, there's one name that stands out, of course, from an Essex point of view, and that's Ravi Bopara. He's due to bat at number 6. He's in the side, captained by Luke Wright, Aaron Thomas and Callum MacLeod of Scotland, who's recently joined Sussex as cover for Phil Salt. Delray Rawlins, who was in good form last time out. David Visa, who's been in outstanding form. Bopara, George Garton, Ben Brown, Ollie Robinson, Danny Briggs and Tymel Mills. And even without Chris Jordan, that still looks like a very strong bowling attack. Well, I'm Nick Ledhill, and with us today we've got Johnny Cantor and Adrian Harms from BBC Radio Sussex. Good afternoon, Adrian.
Hello, Nick. Lovely to see you again. It doesn't seem all that long ago that we were together for the 4-day game, the Bob Willis Trophy.
No, it is a lot warmer, isn't it? And I had the two, shall we say, more ordinary days of weather for that game, which turned out to be quite an interesting one as time went on, and of course quite an exciting couple of days. But yes, it's been a season really, this truncated campaign where Essex have done extremely well in the 4 days and extremely poorly in the T20. It's been an amazing contrast. In fact, they're not alone. Worcestershire, who've had a pretty good 4-day campaign, also last year's finalists, have also been very poor in this competition. So they're not alone. They're not the only side that's experienced this big range of fortunes, and even Somerset are well below their normal best in T20 this year. But I think it has really stood out that Essex clearly have not been themselves, having got to the final and won it last year, having peaked at the right time. We can only remember that when they came to this ground around about this stage of the qualifying competition last year, I think with 3 to play.
Rawlins looks like he can strike a ball. That is an absolute ripper from Jofra Archer.
That evening and said, well, we're pretty much out of it really, but Essex won, got through to finals day and ended up winning the competition. I think you're right, looking at the table, even although a third place side could qualify for the quarterfinals, Essex I think would have to win every game from here on in, which they're very capable of doing, of course.
Well, it's that time again, time for a bit of rock and roll. Huge wicket. Have a look at that! Oh, that's brilliant! What a catch! And boy, did they need that!
Well, this is punishing stuff from David Milan. He keeps going and going.
Oh, excellent catch! Gone! What a delivery! That is an absolute beauty. That is magnificent.
Got to be quick here. Yeah. Oh, brilliant, world class, David Willey.
Oh, he's gone again. He's gone again. This time straight.
Running round. Oh, that's incredible. What a catch. Huge wicket. That could be the game right there. He's got him. It's 7. Unbelievable. Oh no! Would you believe it? It's the Eagles. Vitality blast.
What a cracking summer we've had.
What a delivery from Mills. The fielder out there setting himself. He's gone for 6. Oh, it's brilliant. That is an absolute beauty.
Winners of the 2020 Cup at Sussex.
Hold him, leg stump. Brilliant from Archer.
Oh, what a
shot. We've seen some amazing shots throughout the day.
Fielder, what a catch! What a terrific catch!
Oh, big show.
Will Beer is doing a terrific job for his team. Phil Salt is in the mood.
Briggs, spin, does the trick.
First ball out of the ground for 6.
Then here at Hove, beautiful day, Sussex winning the toss and fielding. Just having a look at that table, Sussex in a decent position, as been mentioning. They've been in fine form in this competition, but of course they're not alone, and it has to be said that with Surrey coming up on the rails, it's quite a hard job qualifying from this southern group, because a lot of pretty good sides and informed sides in there. So Sussex 9 points from 6 games, Surrey 8 from 6. Everyone's played 6 games, which makes it nice and easy. Kent have got 8 from 6. Then Middlesex with 6 points, Hampshire 3 and Essex 2. So Essex can only get to 10 points. That probably won't be enough, but I think we can assure you that 8 points certainly won't be. So they have to win their last 4 games and hope that the maths stack up for them in some shape or form. Looking back on tables in previous years when we've had similar group formats, sides have got through on very occasionally on 10 points as the best third. But more often than not, 10 points is not good enough. Johnny Cantor is here now, and nice that we've got some effects, Johnny, so that's excellent.
Well, that's all sorted now, so hopefully everyone will be able to hear the seagulls bleating as we get underway on what is an absolutely glorious day, isn't it? Not a cloud in the sky, and a late summer is just what we needed, really, with this cricket and an intriguing game coming up here.
So I'll leave you with the first over. Tom Westley opening with Cameron Delport, George Garton to bowl it, and I have to say that Delport was in really good form for his 60 odd the other afternoon. You always think of saying the other night in T20, but of course it was the other afternoon. He was in terrific form. So he's the non-striker, and someone who hasn't really been in great form, Tom Westley, who didn't play in the last game, the 4-day captain, is going to take strike. Over to you for the first over.
Yeah, it's going to be George Garden, as you say, Nick, as we get underway. Sussex in their checkered light blue shirts and dark blue trousers, but wonderful day. There's a little bit of green in the pitch, but it's going to be Garton to get us underway. The first ball of this T20 blast, full length, it's on the offside, it's pushed out to extra cover where it's fielded by Ravi Bopara, and there's no run.
Well, Bopara in the action straight away at cover, and I just wonder if this is a game that might bring the best out of him, because it's fair to say he hasn't quite hit the ground running for Sussex. He's playing in a side that's doing well, and of course Sussex will know, but there'll be an occasion, and they'll be hoping, of course, it's towards the latter stages of the tournament where Ravi Bopara really clicks.
Yes, fielding out there at extra cover as Gutton comes in over the wicket. That's flicked on the onside, high, lofted, but it's turned around the corner out to deep square leg where it's fielded, and they get a single, and 6 are up and running. Yeah, Ravi Bopara, he did actually, he was batting higher up the order, but he was fielding the ball and he used his foot and actually injured himself, had to go off the pitch, came back on, but ever since then Visa went in above him, and of course Visa's hit some real form, so Bopara is batting quite low down in the Sussex batting lineup. I think Roy just coming over to have a quick word with Garton here. He bowls to the left-hander. Change of field perhaps?
Delport was in great form on Friday, 64 from 32 balls, 3 sixes and 8 fours, and he and Adam Wheater, the first 2 half-centuries makers of the campaign for Essex, took a while in coming. Wheater making 63 but not playing today.
Left arm staying over the wicket here. Garton, the left armour, bounding up towards the crease. That's a full ball. It's a full toss outside leg stump. Really probably should have been dispatched there, but didn't quite find the timing there. And there'll be no run. Bahara in quickly to prevent the single.
The only thing took him by surprise, Johnny, that, because it looked like it was there to be hit, and all he had to do really,
somewhere over there in Port Slade by now.
Yeah, there is a deep square leg, but all he had to do was clear that man, and it would have been 4 or 6.
Yeah, Delroy Rawlins, the man out on the boundary. It's a relatively central strip here today at Hove as Garton comes in again. This one's a better delivery outside the off stump and left there by Delport. Goes through to Ben Brown, who's back in keeping after Phil Salt joined up with the England squad, so good opportunity for him. He has joined us on commentary on a few occasions, Ben Brown, but he's eyeing the stumps. I know he's bitterly disappointed not to be included in the T20 squad, so added bonus for some extra cricket for him. So Garton again, big mop of black hair, up to the wicket once more, past the umpire. Again, it's another full toss, but that's driven out on the offside, and they'll easily make it through for a single as Visa fields. So steady start.
First sight of Visa in the action. He has been in tremendous form, hasn't he? And one of the reasons Sussex have done so well in the group.
Very much so. I mean, he didn't bowl for the first couple of games because he's been in isolation when he came back over from South Africa, so he wasn't really able to do much fitness work. But he can stand there and boot it around the ground with the bat instead. Here's Garton up again. That's a straightish one and pushed out from the offside. Right field's no run there. Just trying to find their timing, but end of the first over. Essex 2 without loss.
Still getting over that non-appearance of Adam Wheater in the side, but yeah, I'm sure there's a reason for that, because he has been in great form. And I just checked that he was in the squad, and he was. So yeah, very good first over, and they're going to be obviously in a situation here, Essex, where they can sort of go for broke, because they've got to find a way of winning all 4 of these games and hoping that things fall in their favour. But that was apart from one delivery which Delport could have hit away almost anywhere, that was a pretty good first over with some nice changes of pace. And
yeah, just finding their timing early in the game. They mustn't panic, just take their time.
So who have we got?
Looks like it's going to be Robinson, I think.
Ollie Robinson, who certainly Sussex missed when he was absent from the 4-day team. He comes in from the Cromwell Road end. That's a lovely delivery first up, and Delport drives and misses, and it goes through to Ben Brown. That was beautifully bowled, and Delport, there's a slip in. He could easily have edged that through to the keeper or first slip.
Yeah, you made that point about Robinson. He certainly was. It's a really good point, because he was missed. Of course, had that great start, and then was hoping to be involved with England, got called up, didn't actually play, back with his county now, but it doesn't really matter what form of the game, he usually delivers.
Yeah, it's a strong, even without Chris Jordan, it's a strong bowling attack this in T20 as he comes into bowls. Another good one. Is he caught behind? He is. He's walking. Lovely bowling from Robinson. That one just back of a length, and Delport was thinking about hitting it away through the covers, but it was a slightly indeterminate shot, and he's edged it through to Brown, and that's a big breakthrough, because, as I say, Delport, well, he was in tremendous form on Friday, but he's never quite managed to settle here against some very good Sussex bowling first up, and Essex are 2 for 1 in the second over.
Well, great start from Robinson. Similar delivery, as you say, back of a length. Just got a little bit of lift, I think, as well. Put a little bit extra into that one, and nicely taken by Brown, and an early breakthrough. Sussex will be delighted with that. And the thing about Robinson is, if he gets his tail up, he can be devastating. But I'll say it's early days for Essex, but a really good start for Sussex and for Ollie Robinson. Luke Wright will be delighted. Just stick it on the money, bowl it in the same place, I think, and they'll be delighted to break that opening partnership so early.
Well, with no Adam Wheater in the side, what I would say is that if Sussex could get Dan Lawrence out early, there's still Ryan Tender-Scarter, but if you're looking at the batting that potentially can dismantle an opposition bowling attack, one of the Essex options has gone very early. Robinson bowls to Lawrence, and he comes forward, and tries to play a typical on-the-move Lawrence shot through mid-wicket, but it just comes off the pad and rolls out towards Bopara at mid-wicket. So worrying start for Essex. Dan Lawrence has always looked good when he's been at the crease, but some of his stays haven't been as long as he would like. But of course he was out of action for so much of the early part of the season because he was inside the England bubble, wasn't selected for that first test. Knew therefore that he was going to be on the sidelines for some time as Robinson bowls to him, and he comes down the pitch on the move and tries to flare that away down the ground, and he's beaten outside the off stump. This is a fantastic over from Robinson.
Yeah, lovely, on the money. Not quite sure why Lawrence is trying to whip him through the leg side so early. Probably get a few sighters first, but I know that's the way he plays. But trying to force it early on, but it seems like Robinson's found his groove early on, and as you say, with that slip in, feels that maybe he can get another wicket.
Slip in, and rightly so, and 6 saving 1 with a deep square leg and a third man with 2 boundary fielders inside this power play. Second over, and on the drive Lawrence plays it onto his boot and it rolls backward a square on the offside, and there's no run. That's an indication of the fact that the Essex batsmen are barely middling anything at the moment, even when they are making contact. That one very much of the bottom of the bat, and this really has been a tremendous over, and we're coming towards the end of the second over in this T20 match, and Essex are 2 for 1, having lost Cameron Delport to Ollie Robinson's second ball, caught behind by Ben Brown.
Confidence so important, isn't it?
Absolutely. And here's a hit back down the pitch, and almost a caught and bowl chance. I think it just falls short of the bowler Robinson, who takes that slightly awkwardly, gets a bit of a bang on the hand, a rather involuntary one, but he's taken the pace off the ball. In the end, there's no run. It's an absolutely brilliant over. In fact, it's a wicket maiden, isn't it, I think? And the only problem for Robinson was right at the end there. He had one that almost came back to him on the half volley, and it sort of involuntarily struck his... I think he's okay. I think it's taken him on, probably on the right hand, looking at his reactions there, but I think he's okay. Hasn't needed any... Don't think he's needed any treatment at all, so he's going back to his fielding position, and I think he's just a little bit sore, but no other damage. 2 for 1.
Yeah, might need a little bit of spray on that one at some point. I think the medical team are now coming down from
they are coming out. I think he's going to be all right
by the indoor school, and yeah, it's difficult to say whether it was his left or right. It was a difficult chance. I think it, as you said, Nick, I think it just fell just slightly short. So but Robinson will be a bit frustrated if he's hurt himself in the process, having started so well with his opening over. As you say, a wicket maiden, but it's going to be Garton to continue from the sea end over the wicket. The right-handed Wesley, who of course is on the onside. A little bit of indecision there. Throw at the stumps, hits the bat of the on striker's end. And as you say, there a little bit of indecision, and that's what happens when a team isn't quite firing on all cylinders. You find that kind of that communication, everything's not running smoothly. Not sure there was a run there.
No, they had a rain out and a tie in the first 2 games, and then a very poor defeat against Hampshire, and they've never really recovered from that. Great start on Friday, but they still lost the game.
Darting in again to Wesley, who's booted that right over mid-wicket. Should go all the way for 6, and does. First boundary for Essex in their innings. A nice strike, stepping down the wicket and just carting it over mid-wicket, and Essex go to 8 for 1.
Yeah, well, that's good to see from Tom Wesley. A lovely positive shot, full swing of the bat, and over mid-wicket for 6. And as I say, I think with Tom Wesley, he's never likely to be left out of the side for long. It's just the fact that Adam Wheater is the person who's made way for him to come back is slightly more surprising.
Wheater's gone to try and find the ball. He's actually asking a couple of people on the balcony to see if they can tell him where the ball went, which has been a bit of a feature with no fans in of this T20 competition, but he's finally found it. Goes via Thomason back to Garton. I'm not sure Luke Wright will be too disappointed to see some attacking strokes from Wesley, because may present opportunities, but he won't want him to get his mojo. He's gone for the same one again. That's wide of Visa, and it should go for 4. It's getting away from the South African, and it's back-to-back boundaries. A 4 this time for Wesley. Similar sort of shot, didn't quite get hold of it again, but it was wide of the fielder. 4 runs, and now Essex 12 for 1.
I understand, I say, there's no reason why Wheater will be left out for form reasons. I thought there must be something else going on. I think there's family reasons that are behind. He was in the squad, but I think there are family reasons. He would have been playing otherwise. So that's the explanation.
BBC Essex, BBC Sussex, and on the BBC Sport website, Sussex against Essex. Garton comes in, lovely looking drive out to mid-off, straight to right, no run. Nice Nice looking shot for nothing there.
Because
starting to find his form now, Wesley.
Because they could still have given Pepper an outing as keeper, which is his other role, Michael Pepper, and have Adam Wheater play as a batsman. That would have been a perfectly logical option, with Wheater very impressive opening the innings on Friday, but it's family reasons that keep him out. He was in the squad though, but not playing because of family reasons.
Garton, 5th ball of his 2nd over, comes in, left armour, and another cracking shot through the covers, through extra cover. That beats both the fielders. Delightful shot, and Wesley looking in good touch here. 3 boundaries in this over already, and Essex starting to make some real progress now. 16 for 1.
Yeah, well, this is very encouraging. Slightly over pitch there, but Tom Wesley saying maybe just that jolter being left out of the side, because we're pretty sure it was just based on wanting to make changes and leaving out some of the underperforming players. And obviously, even though he's the 4-day captain, he was in that category, but he's looked good today in this over.
Final ball of the 3rd over, Garton, shortest one, made into mid-wicket, swooping round his Fisa. This should go through for 2 comfortably. Fisa manages to get it back to the bowler's end, and an excellent over for Essex there as they progress. 18 for 1 now, Wesley 17, Lawrence yet to score, but a really positive response after losing an early wicket from Essex.
So had Adam Wheater been available to play, it's quite possible that Tom Wesley would have had another game on the sideline, so he's got to try and make his statement. He's got this early chance to get back into the side, having missed just the 1 game, to show what Essex are missing, and that was classic Tom Wesley in that over. He really did play very nicely, starting with that 6 over mid-wicket, and never really looked back afterwards, so that's going to be some encouragement from his point of view, striking the ball well. And I say, it may yet be for Tom Wesley he can peak at the right time in the season, even if Essex don't go through to the latter stages of this competition. Of course, there is still the Bob Willis Trophy final to come, starting in, I think it's 9 days' time. So he's got to make some, I think, a change to his bat here.
Yeah, did he hit one quite high on the splice, I think, at one point, and it did sound a little bit odd, but he's decided to change his weapon.
So 18 for 1, we're about to start the 4th over, and that last over slightly expensive, but what's going to happen now, because Robinson's yet to concede a run. He's got a wicket out of Delport to the 2nd ball of his 1st over. And how's he going to go now from the Cromwell Road end? Bright blue skies, warm sunshine, still a slip in and 6 saving 1. And he comes up to the wicket and bowls, and Lawrence hits it away over mid-on, and that's probably gone for 6. That's really well hit. And indeed it's cleared the boundary boards as it lands at deep mid-wicket, just to the right of the pavilion. But some good positive blows here from first Wesley and then Lawrence, really just hitting that off length, clearing Bopara at mid-wicket, wide of mid-on, and wide open spaces at this stage, because the boundary field was a deep square leg and 3rd man. So once he's cleared the infield, no problem at all, and he's gone all the way for 6 and 24 for 1.
Yeah, wonderful way to get off the mark there from Lawrence.
So Lawrence 6 from 5 balls, and here he goes for a slightly wide delivery. It's not signalled a wide, but he's chased it and tried to drive it through the covers, and very nearly getting an edge. It could well have sliced through the slips and gone for 4, fine of 3rd man, but he was reaching for it and didn't make any contact. 24 for 1.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit unlucky there. I think he was just having a quick look at the umpire there.
Yeah, it was quite wide.
It was. I think he had a certainly justifiable case for it being wide, but what can Robinson find as a response?
So we've got a field change. 3rd man comes up, and what's a beauty from Robinson. He's just held that back a little bit, and it's bounced, and Lawrence is through with the shot, and it's gone through to Brown. But again, lovely little bit of disguise that. They've made a change. They brought in an extra man on the offside infield, with 3rd man coming up into the circle. So 4 saving 1 on the offside, just a short fine leg and mid wicket. And the change is now that we've got not only a deep square leg but a long on.
Yeah, that's
you don't often see actually in this stage.
No, not this
24 for 1 in the 4th as Robinson bowls, and Lawrence just comes half forward and steers square into the offside, and there's no run. But after the indignity of being hit for 6 after having bowled the wicket maiden, Robinson very much back on the money and causing a few problems since. And Lawrence has faced 8 deliveries. He's hit 1 scoring shot and 7 dot balls. 24 for 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure your mind really about how he gets his runs, but it's just when Robinson, that short of a length delivery, there looks like a little bit of bounce in there. There's a couple of times, one for the wicket, just that previous delivery as well.
Robinson up to the wicket and bowls, and this, oh, Lawrence, it's a brilliant shot. That's gone much further. He's really hit that 6 a little bit wider and probably just to the left and over the pavilion, but he really did collar that. That was a fantastic shot. And when he plays like that, Dan Lawrence, you think, well, goodness me, he can't be too far away, even if not in the test matches for a while, but certainly in terms of, there was such competition for places, of course, in the England side, and Sussex had contenders as well, but Dan Lawrence, with that sort of ball striking, showing what he can do. 2 tremendous 6s in this over, and I say, an unusual looking card from his individual point of view. 9 deliveries, 7 dot balls, 2 6s, he's got 12 and it's 30 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant strike, wasn't it? Crunched on top of the roof of the pavilion. It's finally come back down again, but really positive moves from Lawrence and Wesley as well. And as you say, if he can get his ball striking right, you know, he can be quite a destructive batsman, and that will be a concern for Sussex at this early stage, having taken the early wicket. And a bit of a conference now between Luke Wright and Ollie Robinson. Again, a bit of cat and mouse. What does he find as a response here, Robinson?
Still got, even though the long on was put back, it didn't put Lawrence off. He hit it way over mid-wicket, and here's Robinson again, bowling to Lawrence, and Lawrence put a nice stroke off the back foot for 4, just back with a square on the offside, just waiting for that. It was slightly short and lent into it. Beautiful play from Dan Lawrence in that over. The 2 6s, and then the finesse shot at the end off the back foot through that 4-man offside infield, bisecting cover and backward point. And after 2 very quiet overs, but went for 2, there have been 2 very productive overs that have gone for another 32, and Essex 34 for 1 after 4 overs, with Wesley 17 and Lawrence 16. Both batsmen individually have had 2 very good overs.
Yeah, and that's prompted a change. Tamar Mills is going to come on from the C end. We'll have a change in the commentary box as well as Adrian joins Nick here.
Yes, it's just a few more problems after everything was going Sussex's way. Luke Wright got a little bit of thinking to do, but yeah, let's say it's been a game of 2 halves so far, Adrian. The first 2 overs and the next 2, but encouraging for Essex that both Wesley and Lawrence are striking the ball impressively as they have been.
Well, I must admit, and I agree completely with Johnny, I thought Tamar Mills was going to come on to bowl, of course, formerly of Essex, but I think Luke Wright's now had a change of mind, and he's going to turn to Danny Briggs, who's going to be coming into bowl his spin. And he's been very economical in this tournament so far, Danny Briggs. His overs, his economy rate is something like 4.5 an over, which is extraordinary for any bowler in T20 cricket. But Sussex just need to get a bit of control back here.
Over to you.
In comes Briggs. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Wesley, who places firmly through mid-wicket, picks up a single, fielded by who's that? Callum MacLeod, number 2 on the back of his shirt, comes in and fields. So 1 more to the total.
I think MacLeod, I was just reading it, he got 100 for Scotland in an ODI where Scotland beat England a couple of years ago. I remember being up in Manchester on the day that happened. He's joined Sussex with Phil Salt going up into the England bubble, as in comes Briggs again and bowls, and driven aerially over extra cover. That's a beautifully played shot by Dan Lawrence. Beautifully played, just used his feet down the wicket, playing inside out over extra cover. 1 bounce over the fence. Dan Lawrence is looking in ominously good form. He goes to 20 off just 11 deliveries, and yes, it's Eagles to 39 for 1 in this, the 5th over, having lost a very early wicket, as in comes Briggs. Around the wicket bowls, and down the wicket again comes on, and he smashes it straight down the ground, and that's 6 runs straight down below us. Again, using his feet and driven hard and low. Mid-on was up inside the circle, so it's a very safe shot. And Lawrence onto 26 off of 12, and this is a very impressive display of hitting. Yeah, we mentioned that obviously with Delport gone early and no Wheater, that a lot depending on really these 2 in terms of destructive hitting, and they're doing it at the moment.
They are. Briggs in again, bowls, and that's going to be 6 more, using his feet right towards the commentary box here, and just lofted beautifully straight down the ground. And Lawrence is making this look ridiculously easy. He goes to 32 off of 13 deliveries, and the Essex Eagles are suddenly having a very good power play. 51 for 1, with Wesley on 18 and Lawrence on 32, and this is terrific batting. It's a relatively short boundary down the ground for Dan Lawrence. Nonetheless, these are super shots.
Yes, and it's a bit reminiscent of the early stages of the game on Friday, where Delport and Wheater were batting so impressively early on for Essex.
Delport already gone as in comes Briggs bowls. So that's good bowling by Danny Briggs, because Lawrence is looking for exactly the same. He stepped away to the leg side, and Danny Briggs, using all his experience, followed Dan Lawrence and only play it back down the track. It's a dot ball, a rare one, as in comes Briggs again and bowls. It's a full toss, and that's hammered away, and that is going to go for yet another six, the third six of the over, belted down the ground. It was a full toss from Danny Briggs. It's not too often that you see Danny Briggs conceding a lot of runs in an over, but Dan Lawrence is in terrific form. He's on 38 off 15 at the end of the fifth over. Some recovery this by Essex. They are 57 for 1 with Wesley on 18.
Well, I mean, that was a full toss, and it was a bit of a gamble bowling Briggs inside the power play there, with these two striking the ball as they are. Initially, of course, it was an over of Wesley, but since then it's been Lawrence that's come to the fore, and he got off the mark. In fact, his first two scoring shots were sixes, and it's been an absolutely brilliant cameo. The question of whether he can carry this on. 38 from 15. It's been quite superb viewing. So there's going to be time on Mills now from the Cromwell Road end. Let's see what sort of an impact he can have here, with Sussex just needing to rein Essex in a little bit. 57 for 1 after 5 overs. It's a pretty good start, but it doesn't quite tell the story, because it was 2 for 1 after 2. So it really has been a tremendous acceleration from these two after the early loss of Delport, and Mills bowls, and that is a good start from him, because Wesley went on the drive through the covers and plays and misses outside the off stump, and it goes through to Brown. So that's just exerted a little bit of control. Important game for Sussex, because Kent are playing Hampshire today, and they'll probably sense the Kent are favourites in that game, with Sussex on 9 and Surrey 8 and Kent on 8. Middlesex tucked in on 6 points, still very much in contention. Only the top 3 can qualify, and even then it's only the two best third place sides from the 3 groups, as Mills pulls out of his run up there, and something not quite right. He's going to have to walk all the way back.
Yeah, I just wondered for a minute if he'd pulled a muscle or something, Tom, but I don't think Sussex supporters need to worry. I think he just lost his run up. Interestingly, this is the sort of situation when Luke Wright is looking for control that he'd have probably turned to maybe a Chris Jordan during the power play, with Lawrence batting so well, but no Chris Jordan, so Sussex needing to look for other options.
Yeah, 57 for 1 is the score here. We're in the 6th over, and Mills' left arm bowls, and Wesley just tucks that away off the pad just for a single, because there is a deep backward square leg, as one of the two, that's Rawlins, one of the 2 boundary fielders at this stage, the other being third man. So just the 1 run there, even though he bisected the infield, he found the boundary fielder. 58 for 1, and Wesley to 19, but it's Lawrence who's really taken the eye. 38 from 15 balls, and he now faces Mills.
Yeah, that order over from Danny Briggs went for 23, which is highly unusual.
Here's Mills again, up to the wicket, bowls, and this time Lawrence backs away, hits, beautiful shot. He hardly had any room to deal with there, and he had a little bit of danger in the sense that there were 2 fielders who weren't too far away from that, but it was so well timed. He threaded it between backward point and square cover for 4, and gone to 42 from 16 balls. An element of risk, but he hit it pretty hard, and it was through and over the heads of the fielders before they knew it, and it's 62 for 1.
Well, I don't know what Dan Lawrence has had for lunch, but that was a magnificent shot, because there wasn't too much wrong with the delivery, to be honest. And he punched the ball through backward point. That was beautifully played.
He certainly took 2 fielders on there, but he hit it between them and over them, and with perfect timing. 4 men saving the one on the offside, as this time Lawrence on the drive crashes it back past Mills for 4 straight. Fantastic piece of hitting again. This one all along the ground. He's taken the aerial route often enough, but that one all along the ground. And Lawrence has gone to 46 from 17 balls. It has been the most remarkable innings, because we mentioned that he had a high proportion of dot balls at the start, but hit 2 sixes, including 1 to get off the mark, and he's more or less dealt with boundaries throughout. 46 from 17.
Well, so far, Nick, he's hit 4 4s and 5 sixes in this innings.
If you add that, that's probably virtually the 46.
It is. And exactly it. They've all come in boundaries.
I can't think of anything. There was a single for Wesley, but I couldn't remember one for Lawrence. They're all boundaries as Mills bowls, and this one tucked away just in front of square by Lawrence, and that will be, having said he hadn't got any singles, there is one. Goes to 47 with just a little shot worked away wide of mid-wicket for 1, but one of the, of course, the Sussex fielders there, and Ravi Bhopal will be very familiar with what Dan Lawrence can do. And it is interesting to have that over at where Wesley went so well. Wesley's sort of hardly sort of had much of a strike, and and basically have been watching Lawrence since then, because it's all been Dan Lawrence. Wesley in the 3rd over, and then Dan Lawrence ever since. 47 from 18, 67 for 1 in the 6th. Essex put in by Sussex. 7 points between the sides at the start of play, as here is Wesley on the drive. Good looking shot, and away for 2. It's gone wide of cover. They come back for the second run. It's gathered in about 8 yards from the boundary. And just bisecting 2 of the offside infielders. Not perfectly timed, but 2 runs for Wesley. He goes along at the end of that to 21, but it's Lawrence who's taken the eye. 47 from 18, and Essex are 69 for 1 after 6.
We're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Gledhill, Johnny Cantor, the other member of our commentary here on a beautiful afternoon at Hove. Not a cloud in the sky, and what a response this has been by these Essex batsmen. Dan Lawrence, 47 in just 18 balls with 4 fours and 5 sixes, has certainly turned things around, because the first 2 overs only went for a couple of runs.
Yeah, including a wicket maiden.
Quite incredible. So the next 4 overs have gone for 65. So Essex on top after the power play, but now we've got the introduction of the ex-Essex man, Ravi Bopara, who's coming into the Sussex attack. He has been struggling with a slight injury and hasn't bowled in all of the matches that Sussex have played, but he looks restored to health today, and he's going to be coming in with perhaps the dubious pleasure of bowling to Dan Lawrence, who's on 47. Bopara surveys his field. He's got 3 men saving, 1 on the offside and 1 on the leg. He runs away from us in his blue top. He's in and bowls, and that's wide outside the off stump and hammered by Lawrence, and a very fine bit of fielding by Danny Briggs at short extra cover. And that must have made his hand sting, because he absolutely leathered that, did Dan Lawrence. And a diving save by Briggs to his right hand side. Bopara is back to his mark. Keeper Brown is standing up. Bopara in and bowls wide of the off stump and cut away by Lawrence to backward point. And this is where Bopara is very good. You'd have seen a lot of him down the years.
Yes.
With these variations in terms of pace and both of those fairly wide outside of the off stump as well.
Well, this is a fascinating contest, isn't it?
2 dot balls. In comes Bopara, bowls, and he sits on the pad. There's a loud appeal. Bopara thinks he's got his man, and it may not have been that far away. And all of a sudden, it looks a different game, doesn't it?
It is extraordinary. I mean, the first ball could easily have gone for 4. It has to be said. It was very firmly hit. Went straight to the man at cover. But a couple of very good ones from Bopara. He's relishing this contest. I wonder if he's had a quiet start for Sussex. Maybe this will be his day.
Maybe. Umpire Gould kept his finger firmly down as in comes Bopara. That's a full toss, hammered away by Lawrence, and Bopara's got away with that, really. That was very high, and we'll just wait for the umpire's signal there. Now, has that been signalled as a no ball? Yes, it has been signalled as a no ball. It was over waist high, and is that a free hit?
I think so.
Yes, it is a free hit. So a free hit. Tom Wesley will be the man on the strike. 72 for 1 are the Eagles.
We are outside the power play, so Sussex only need to have 4 in the circle, and everybody else in the boundary.
Yeah. In comes Bopara. Bowls wide outside the off stump, heaved away by Wesley, and he's going to get a boundary off that free hit as well. It was a good shot. Danny Briggs was in an extra cover, but then there was a gap between the fielder who was sweeping on the cover boundary and long off, and Wesley thumped the ball over Danny Briggs, and the ball raced away across this very fast outfield for 4 more to Wesley. He goes to 25. After 14 deliveries, he hasn't had a huge amount of the strike, and Essex to 76 for 1. And this is the 7th over. Bopara on his way again. He's in and bowls. That's wide outside the off stump, and that will be signalled a wide. And the batsman cross as well. So Ravi Bopara just struggling with his line slightly here. He's bowling a line outside of off stump, but he's bowled a wide.
Yeah, a big full toss. It was a no ball and a wide.
Yeah. On his way again. It's the former Essex man in and bowls and played by Lawrence beautifully down the ground. That's a proper cricket shot. It was an on drive, and it looked very well played, and Garton is very quickly around the boundary to field. Is George Garton. 1 more to Lawrence. He goes to 49 off 23. The Eagles to 79 for 1.
Yes, Dan Lawrence has looked good whenever he's been at the crease, really, but looking for the first really major contribution.
Bopara in bowls and played to the onside by Wesley. Picks up a single as Delray Rawlings, the birthday boy, comes running in from deep mid-wicket to field. It is the end of that over from Ravi Bopara at the end of the 7th over, and Essex in a very strong position as we go into the hygiene break here at Hove. AC for 1 with Wesley on 26, Lawrence on 49. This partnership now worth 78 between these two. The man out, Cameron Delport, who was caught behind by Ben Brown off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for just a single. And we need to reiterate that the first 2 overs in this innings only went for 2 runs, so 78 have come off the last 5 overs.
Yeah, and that was pretty much the sort of rate that Essex were going at, fairly comparable actually. I remember on Friday, Essex were 144 for 1 in the 13th over when Lawrence was out. Lawrence actually only sort of had a brief stay at the crease, and then over the remaining 51 balls, Essex scored 51 runs with 8 wickets left. Surrey completely closed the innings down. So Sussex will be hoping that they can achieve something similar here, because on that occasion Essex made, I think it was about 195, and it wasn't enough. So this looks a pretty good pitch. So Sussex might be content to be chasing something like that, given that they've been in pretty good batting form themselves. So we shall see. So it's going to be Briggs who'll try and rescue things after that expensive first day. He now bowls from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls to Wesley, and Wesley drives it just between cover and backward point and collects a single out to the sweeper. Deep cover in front of the scoreboard with yellow and red digits, mainly yellow, and staying 84 for 1. Just after 2:30 on this very sunny mid-September Monday afternoon, as that clipped away by Lawrence, and no pace on the shot, didn't quite hit it hard, soft enough actually to get for 2, to be honest, because that's what he's looking for. But it's a brilliant 50. It's a single that gets him to 50 from 24 deliveries, and really you can't ask for much more than what we've seen from Dan Lawrence here. 46 all in boundaries, and then a couple of singles, as this one by Lawrence off the back foot, from Wesley rather, up towards Rawlins at deep mid-wicket, so there's another single there. Yes, he got to 46 all in boundaries, and then he had a single, a 2 and a 1, and he's got 5 6s and 4 4s, and 24 balls I make is 50, 83 for 1, and Lawrence here just waiting for that, and this is playing it again with, trying to play it with no power, so he gets 2 to Rawlins, but again he hit it slightly too hard, and Rawlins is able to get in, and it's just the 1. Scoreboard seems to have just ground to a halt momentarily. Up to date, Adrian?
Yeah, I think it is.
It's just about 84 for 1. Yeah, that's hit
Oh.
away. That's a good hit, and that's over the head of deep backward square leg, and that's cleared the boundary. Lovely pick-up shot that from Wesley. It was on the pads from Briggs, and he'd just been going sort of mainly 1s in the over, but that was picked up by Wesley and hit away for 6, just wide of backward square leg. Took the man on the boundary there, but beautifully hit, and this great partnership for Essex continues. They put on 88, and we're 1 ball short of the end of the 8th over, and here's Wesley on the drive back to Briggs, and in the end Lawrence has to take evasive action as Briggs tries to throw down the stumps of Wesley, thinking he might have just come out of his ground, but it had been going okay that over for Briggs, but in the end a rather expensive 5th delivery just counting against him. But as I say, a remarkable turnaround, 2 runs off 2 overs, and then 88 coming off the next 6, and it's 90 for 1, scoreboard definitely right now. Delport out for 1, but Wesley has 34 and Lawrence 51 from 25.
Well, Sussex and Luke Wright, the skipper, have got to put their heads together here, because this has been a very good response from Essex to losing an early wicket. David Visa is coming into the attack from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to be bowling to the right-handed Dan Lawrence. 3 men saving 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg, as Visa, number 96 on the back of his blue shirt, comes in and bowls, and Lawrence drives that beautifully through the covers. They take a 1, they'll come. In fact, a good, oh my lord! Well, Ollie Robinson made a diving stop over there, and I think he's really hurt himself. He landed on his neck.
Gosh, he's been in the water,
he raced round the boundary, and he seemed to stumble. Well, he's sitting up, which is okay, but he seemed to stumble, and his head seemed to get stuck in the turf, and he did a somersault over on his head. He's okay, he's standing up, but there's immediate concern, and I saw the Sussex backroom staff who came running down immediately. I mean, he's up, and he's walking, thankfully, Ollie Robinson, but just for an awful moment, I thought Ollie Robinson had a terrible accident. Yeah, he's okay.
Yes, the neck was the worry,
wasn't it? He went right over on his neck. It's almost as if he did a cartwheel in the end. In fact, the Sussex physios, I think, are just going to take him off, and I think that's really advised, because that looked really, really nasty. Out of nothing, I mean, he just fielded the ball and caught his neck. I could see Jason Gillespie, the Sussex coach, is coming out and down the steps of the pavilion, just looking down towards Ollie Robinson. just making sure that he's okay. But I think there's going to be a 12th man coming on. It looks to me as if it might be young Jack Carson, the off spinner, who's coming on as 12th man duties. But well, that didn't look good at all, Nick.
No, it really did look very nasty for a moment. He's just sitting on the boundary boards at the moment, Ollie Robinson. He took his cap off, he's put it back on again. He seems to be okay. Well, at least he's sort of chatting to the physios. He doesn't seem too distressed. No. But I think what he's doing is just sort of doing some sort of like when you sort of got a slightly sore neck and you just do a bit of movement in that area. He's been deliberately doing that.
He's probably shaken up a bit, to be honest.
I think he just needs to take a little bit of time out, and hopefully with no great damage done.
No, I mean he chased around the boundary, he stumbled, and his head seemed to get stuck in the turf, and he almost did a cartwheel on his head. I mean, it looked terrible.
Yeah, he's just sort of doing a sort of little, I'd say, if you've got a stiff neck, it's one of those exercises you do just to make sure that everything is okay. And I think hopefully with a bit of time out, he hasn't gone straight off, which is encouraging anyway.
The 12th man is on, as in comes Visa running in to bowl to Wesley, who punches this down the ground. Another single to Delray Rawlings. They won't take two to Rawlings because he's a very fine fielder. One more to the total. So in terms of the cricket, Essex 94 for 1, Wesley on 35, Lawrence on 54. This partnership now worth 92 between these two.
And given no Adam Wheater, who's one of the informed players because of family reasons, this partnership was really needed because Essex would have been in a spot of bother if they'd lost one of these two cheaply.
In comes Visa, bowls and beats Lawrence outside of the off stump. Lawrence looking to swing that one away on the offside, looking to work it through backward point, and the ball whistles through to Brown. And a welcome dot ball for Sussex.
Yep, nicely bowled that. Say the key for Sussex is going to make a couple of breakthroughs, and then they'll be confident that they can perhaps do what Surrey did on Friday, which was to really close the innings down, and a rush of wickets in the middle, and Essex lost all momentum.
He comes to Visa again, bowled down the wicket, and he hammers that through extra cover. That's a beautiful shot. He just used his feet and absolutely belted the ball through extra cover for yet another boundary. He goes to 58, Dan Lawrence, off just 28 deliveries, and the Essex Eagles are 98 for 1 and going like a train in this, the 9th over.
Yeah, so not playing like a side bereft of confidence. I mean, this is reminiscent, of course, of Friday, in the early part of Friday's game, where Delport and Wheater were so dominant. But of course, it did all change round then. So the question is, can they see this through to a big 200 plus total, or will Sussex find a way of striking back?
In comes Visa over the wicket, bowls, and Lawrence hammers this down the ground to mid-on. He picks up a single. He goes to 59, and the Eagles to 99 for 1. I just wonder as well, Nick, whether there's some pent-up frustration here from Essex that to win this competition last year, to being bottom of the group, maybe they're thinking to themselves, we are actually better than this.
Well, yeah, I think there is an element of that, and I think they would have been desperately disappointed to lose on Friday, because having got the Bob Willis Trophy game against Middlesex out of the way, it was all set up for Friday, really.
Visa in short, and a good bit of bowling by Visa, who just took the pace off the ball, played down the ground by Wesley. He picks up a single. It is the end of David Visa's over, and an over that ends with the 100 up for Essex. 100 for 1, Wesley on 36, Lawrence on 59. I can report that Ollie Robinson looks as if he's restored and he's okay. He's coming jogging back on the field after what looked, it could be something quite horrendous, landing on his neck while fielding the ball. But he's okay, he's up and running. The physio has done his job, so Sussex are restored to their original 11. And a change in the bowling, and it's going to be the birthday boy who's going to come on to bowl. Delray Rawlings from the Cromwell Road end. Bowled really well at Canterbury on Saturday, but different scenario here, because these two Essex batsmen are really well set, having put on a partnership so far of 98.
Yeah, and all the runs have come in the space of 7 overs as he bowls his left arm spin, which is hit away for just the one run. It's gone straight to deep mid wicket. Be slightly frustrated by that, Wesley, because if he just hit that a bit straighter and hit it between long on and deep mid wicket, neither fielder would have had a chance, because he hit it really well, but straight to the man, and it's just the one run. 101 for 1. You're right about the frustration angle, I'm sure, Adrian, as here Rawlins bowls quite a nicely disguised delivery, and Lawrence punches it down the ground for another single as it goes up to long on. And having beaten Middlesex and got through to that final, they then had a scenario where realistically, if they could win their last 5 games and get to 12 points, they would have still had a decent chance, but losing against Surrey has really set them back. 10 points probably won't be enough. It is hit in the air, 2 bounces up towards long off, 3rd single of the over. Rawlins restricting the boundaries, but still these two rotating the strike well, and Wesley with that single goes along to 38. But encouraging batting from Tom Wesley. So he must have been stung by being left out on Friday, and I'm pretty sure he was left out. There was no other reason, as that's Lawrence just nicely disguised, and just squeezing that one away just into the covers. And Luke Wright moves across from mid-off and prevents any second run, but again just rotating the strike, a single apiece on 4 occasions. Lawrence 61 now, 104 for 1. Rawlins bowls again, hit away down the ground up towards long on, could be a catching chance, no, just bounces short of the fielder. Not sure he sighted it straight away, but it was picked up by Wesley and not far short of long on, who just had to move slightly in from the boundary and to his right. Another single, and here Lawrence again gets the 6th single of the over. This one up towards mid-off, and that's in the end not a bad over from Sussex's point of view, but certainly not too far from a wicket from that 5th ball.
Well, I think that's a very good over from Delray Rawlings. As I say, on his birthday, his 24th birthday, and I think that Luke Wright will be delighted with that over, because the ball has been disappearing out of the park. We've got a loud lorry or something over our effects mic, so apologies for that. But I'm going to leave you with Nick, and Johnny Cantor's going to rejoin the commentary.
Yeah, it's Bopara about to bowl again, 106 for 1. So the 6 singles in that over, 3 apiece. Wesley 39, Lawrence 62, 106 for 1. Bopara is about to resume. He's going to bowl his 2nd over. The first one was quite a lively affair with a no ball and a wide throwed in, and let's see how he gets on now against his former club. And Johnny back with the commentary. Welcome back, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. As Bopara jogs in, that's smacked straight past Bopara, flashes out straight down the ground, 4 runs. Well, they're hitting the ball so nicely at the moment. Essex in a really strong position, and another wonderful strike. Bopara won't be too happy with that one, I don't think. 110 for 1. Find some breakthrough from somewhere here, Sussex. Bopara, this one's shorter, it's on the offside, straight to the man, extra cover. They think about a single. Slightly fumbled in the field there, but no run.
Well, I mean, it's hitting the ball so hard. Looks a very good pitch, I have to say. There have been occasions when Sussex have chased down very big Essex totals in the past. I remember one famous Luke Wright inspired run chase a few years ago.
Bopara again, a similar kind of shot, and this time Rawlins will go across, sliding along by the boundary rope. Did he just touch the boundary there? He looks down at the ground. No, they run through for 2. 112 for 1. Wesley on 39, Lawrence on 68. They're in a strong position here, Essex. They just need to go on, really, with...
Which they didn't on Friday.
Yeah,
that was the thing.
And I think they maybe will have learnt their lesson now. I think actually Rawlins maybe will have hurt his ankle there as he slid. Bopara continues. It's the 11th over. Steps down the wicket, straight 6. Wonderful strike. It's cleared the box on our left-hand side, straight towards the flats behind us. Another wonderful 6. I mean, it's been terrific hitting from Essex. Very entertaining indeed, and very concerning for Sussex.
Well, it's absolutely brilliant innings this from Lawrence. I mean, it's similar really to Delport and Wheater the other day. Strike rate up around 200, 74 from 36. Essex were 144 for 1 in the 13th over when Lawrence was out on Friday, and then they just scored a runner ball from that point onwards, and Surrey won the game. That has to be the Sussex hope, if they can take a couple of wickets quickly. With no Wheater in the side, and particularly if they can get Tender Scarter quickly, then they'll be thinking there's still a way back here. But if these two come back for another 5 or 6 overs, Essex will certainly be well on the way to 200 plus.
Australia looked set yesterday, and that will change when England managed to restrict them as Bopara continues. That was hit on the inside edge onto his pads. Comes Brown from behind the stumps to field, no run. Quite get hold of that one. You felt this was coming with Lawrence once he finds his touch. Such a clean hitter of the ball, tall, powerful man. Maybe fancy a bit more from this. The final ball of Bopara's over, and that's short into the ground, just nudged behind square on the offside. They'll run through for a single, and he will keep the strike as they head into the 12th over. Essex 119 for 1 now. Wesley 39, and a splendid 75 from Lawrence from just 38 balls.
Interesting, Wesley opening and Lawrence at 3, and I like that because I like Lawrence at 3 in all formats basically. It's just to sum it up. Now that's not likely to happen in the 4-day game if Wesley's playing, but Lawrence is sort of fast becoming the main man in the middle order for Essex, and having it at number 3, I think is no bad thing, because he can take the initiative early, as he has done here. It's been a tremendous performance, 75 from 38, with Wesley on 39, a stand of 117. The wicket was Cameron Delport out to the 8th delivery of the game, caught behind off Ollie Robinson, who's been in the bit in the wars. This is a flat one from Rawlins. He concedes his 7th single, as that one is just played just backward square on the offside by Lawrence for a single. But if Rawlins just goes for a runner ball and miss over, I think Luke Wright will be quite happy with it.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right, bearing in mind what Lawrence has done to the rest of the attack. He's playing it, he's fizzing it through relatively quickly at the moment, Rawlins, isn't
so Rawlins just holding that one back, and Wesley hits it in the air, could be caught up long off, and has it been held? Yes, it has. I just thought for a moment that was going to slip through the fielder's fingers, but it has been held, and Sussex have got the wicket. So Rawlins, after conceding just 7 singles from 7 deliveries, encourages Wesley into the big shot, but he hasn't quite timed it, and long off has just managed to hang on to that. Just a moment of doubt, but it has been held cleanly, and Essex, that partnership ends at 118. A fine hand from Tom Wesley, and now the question is, can Sussex do what Surrey did on Friday and really restrict Essex over the second half of the innings? Essex will hope not, but the wicket goes, and Tom Wesley 39 from 25 balls. McLeod was the man at long off to take the catch.
Thought he'd slightly misjudged it,
yes,
and then he literally swooped late, just getting it above the turf. As you say, looked like he might have just popped out, but he held on there, the Scottish international. Important breakthrough for Sussex. They needed something, they've got it from Rawlins. It is a big long boundary out there at long off, that's for sure. But as you say, he didn't quite hit it as cleanly as he wanted to. I mean, the danger man Lawrence is still there, but it is an important wicket for Sussex.
Well, I think for Sussex now surely is to get Lawrence, and that conversely very important for Essex that Lawrence now frankly gets 100 and bats through most of the innings, and that will still take them to 200 plus. But I don't want to lose Lawrence now as Rawlins bowls to him, and that's another good delivery from Rawlins, who's bowling in very intelligent fashion here. Unluckily, he's going to concede 2 runs for the first time, partly because he's actually decided to go and field the ball himself at mid-wicket. Mid-on and deep mid-wicket were running in, and Rawlins got there first, overbalanced, and in the end had to concede the second run, 121 for 2.
I think he was so eager not to concede the second that he went after it, whereas actually he probably would have been better to leave it.
Yeah. You don't often see a bowler fielding his own delivery at mid-wicket. That happened there, as this is off the back foot and Lawrence plays it away just backward a square on the offside, and there's a thought of a second run. It's not there. A good throw coming in from backward point, and just the 1 run. So it's still very good stuff from Rawlins. The 2 was an accidental 2 really, because of his own eagerness and just a slight overbalancing, but he hasn't bowled anything like a boundary ball. He's got the wicket, and it's turning into a useful little spell for Luke Wright to give him some sort of control, at least from one end at this stage, but still work for Sussex to do. 122 for 2 and the 12th.
Yeah, I think just a quick discussion there from the batsmen, just to have a quick word to see how they're going to play it over the next few deliveries.
So Michael Pepper batting at 4 here, ahead of Tenduscarter, works that away past the square leg umpire and collects a single out towards deep backward square leg, and getting his chance in the side. Say you could make a scenario if Essex have got no chance of qualifying for this competition in the last 3 games, that he could play as a keeper to give him some more first team outings in that role, and Wheater, if he's available, could play as a batsman. But the reason Wheater's not playing family circumstances today. This is played through the mid-on gap up to long on, and Lawrence takes a single, but the similar story for Rawlins. I think in the end 6 came off that over, didn't it, Johnny? Because
yes,
they had the wicket and the 2. Other than that, it was pretty much business as usual with the singles from Rawlins. But he really has bowled very nicely and just given Sussex a little bit of control. 125 for 2 after 12. Pepper 1. Lawrence a magnificent 80 from 42.
Yeah, they needed to suffocate Essex a little bit there, Sussex, and they've managed to do that from that Rawlins over. It's what they go on and do now. Mills is going to come from the C end, see whether he can attack. But Lawrence will be on strike. He's on 80. But what a wonderful partnership that was. 118 for that second wicket. It's given them the foundation, the platform for this Essex innings.
It was encouraging knock from Tom Wesley in terms of perhaps his form, obviously going into the red ball. The big game probably is going to be the Bob Willis Trophy, but that was encouraging from Tom Wesley as a knock.
Yeah, Mills then into Lawrence, striding forward there. That's outside the off stump, and it's wide. He manages to get to that one, Lawrence. Probably got a wide for it, but it's fielded by Luke Wright out there with extra cover. And yeah, I thought he might just have gone through for a single, so Pepper on strike. Maybe a chance here for Mills to attack the new batsman. So I think there's a bit of building work going on around, well, not just at this ground. The people that know, obviously, probably work being done on the entrance by the cricketers' pub, and that's all being transformed, but also on some of the flats. I did see one of the broken windows from one cricket ball behind us on the sort of second or third floor. We've had a couple of big hits, well, I say more than a couple, a big hit straight towards us already in this game. As Mills now to the new batsman down the leg side, that'll be a wide. It's a poor delivery really from Mills at this stage. New batsman in, you want him to sort of force him to play some kind of shot.
Essex looking to beat that 195 they made, which was in the end not quite enough. They lost off the last ball to Surrey. Great game. I think this set up to be a pretty good game as well, because Sussex batting has been in form.
And it does look like a good track, and obviously we never really judge it until we've seen both teams bat. I thought it might be a little bit green when I first got here, but it's been playing true, and Essex have capitalised on it. It's outside the off stump, looked like a slight edge there maybe, just sort of trying to gather it down to third man. It's fumbled by Brown, so they'll go through for 2. Useful runs there.
During the
Pepper goes to 3.
Between the innings, we'll talk about how this competition is going to end. There's still 1 or 2 permutations. We know the date of finals day. We know the date that's been set aside for the quarter-finals, the 1st of October. But it's how and where those games are going to be played. We'll talk about that during the break, because I think there's 1 or 2 little connotations that's worth bearing in mind, particularly from a Sussex point of view, more so than Essex at the moment.
Yes.
Unless Essex can find a miracle.
The television as well is very, very important in terms of the broadcast. As Mills fuller length, that's on the offside, pushed out towards the boundary. It'll certainly just go through for a single. I think obviously really they were waiting on the government to have that sort of guideline date of October the 1st to allow potentially fans in, and of course that would be a money spinner for everybody involved. And of course we want to get supporters back as quickly as possible, but that may well change. We should find out more, I think, over the next 24 hours in terms of a return, the crowds, and the revision and abridged version from Boris Johnson to come. But that's probably why that date was October the 1st. Maybe that may change perhaps as Mills turns in again. Again it's down the offside, and that's flat track straight to Rawlins and caught comfortably there. Well, he made a difference from the far end bowling, Delray Rawlins, and he's taken a decent catch there. And unfortunately for Essex, it's a dismissal, and well, it's another boost for Sussex.
It's Dan Lawrence as well.
Yeah,
that's the really, really important thing, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't the best of balls, but he's been chasing a few outside that off stump, and he just didn't time it right.
No.
I mean, you cannot fault him for going for that shot, really, because he's been hitting it so cleanly.
I was just thinking, actually, Johnny, it was a good over, this, because he'd actually backed up what Rawlins, was a bowler, was doing from the other end, and Sussex were just starting to get a little bit of control. But well, I was just about to say that he was going to go past his previous best of 86. He looked for all money on for 100 there. It's an absolutely brilliant innings and a slightly tame end. Nicely judged catch. It's just what Luke Wright would have wanted, though, because, as I say, getting the 2 men pretty quickly, and he'll view Tenduscarter as now the main threat. And if Sussex can get Tenduscarter quickly here, there's a little bit of inexperience in the batting. We've still got Simon Harmer, of course. There's no Adam Wheater. There's a little bit of a door open to Sussex to do what Surrey did on Friday.
Yeah, but Tenduscarter always seems to do quite well against Sussex in my memory. For every time I've been here and he's played, he's always done pretty well. And on this track,
he often does well against everybody. Sometimes he's very, very handy performer. Coming towards the end of his career, but my goodness me, still effective.
Yes, and he's on strike now as Mills turns into the wicket, forced down the offside square, and he'll jog through for a single. So off the mark straight away, Ryan Tenduscarter, and it'll be nice for him to try and move through the gears. But now's an interesting and an important time in terms of the match, because if Sussex can now just stifle Essex a little bit more with 2 relatively new batsmen at the crease.
Funnily enough, we're just at the point where Lawrence got out on Friday.
You said, was it the 14th over?
Yeah, it was the 12.4 overs was Lawrence's dismissal on Friday.
It's a very similar position.
Very, very similar, yeah.
Mills in again to Pepper, who jabs that down into the offside, goes straight to the man at point. End of the over then, no run off that final ball. 1-3-1 for 3. Pepper on 4, Tenduscarter on 1, and good couple of overs for Sussex.
And if that was the 4th ball of the over, I'm just trying to think when he was out. that would be absolutely uncanny, because he didn't play a major innings on Friday, Lawrence, but that was a big turning point.
It was.
That second wicket, because they only scored a run a ball after that, and the score went from 144 to 195 in the final 51 deliveries. So,
you're absolutely spot on. 12.4 overs.
Goodness me.
Well, there you go.
Goodness me.
Stranger things. Glorious day here on the South Coast. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Sussex, and of course on the BBC Sport website. Essex, who were put into bat by Sussex, are 131 for 3.
And here is Rawlins going round the wicket and bowling, and that's Tenduscarter going to a sweep, what is in fact a wide, because it's outside the leg stump. It doesn't make any contact, but it doesn't matter, because it's a wide and it's gone for 4 down to the fine leg boundary. And after bowling 2 very good overs, he'll be mighty disappointed, Rawlins, for starting his 3rd over in such a fashion.
Yeah, it's deeply disappointing. As I say, when you're trying to get a stranglehold on 2 new batsmen, that's not really what you want.
So 136 for 3, a little bit of a gift that for Essex, as Rawlins bowls a good delivery here, and Tenduscarter just comes forward to it and just plays up towards mid-off with no real aggressive intent there. He does like to play himself in, Tenduscarter. Very rarely goes big early on in an innings. And here, the appeal for LBW is out! That's a terrific piece of bowling. It sort of hurried onto him, and Tenduscarter was sort of trapped on the back foot and going nowhere, really. That's a big wicket, because we were talking about the players in the Essex side who could really hurt Sussex in these last 7 overs or so. And given that there's no Adam Wheater, having got rid of Wesley and then Lawrence, to get Tenduscarter as quickly as they have done, well, there's still decent batting to come, but that is a big blow in the context of the game for Essex, and there's a very eerily similar quality to what happened on Friday afternoon at Chelmsford just at the moment. 136 for 4. Now, Paul Walter, he is an effective striker, less experienced, but he has had a good campaign, and it might just be that he could turn things around here.
Well, good bowling from Rawlins, having just gone for 4, finds a good response as well. Relatively flat, as you say. It seemed to skid on a little bit, hurried him into the shot, but he really likes to be involved, Rawlins, whether it's at the bat, the ball, or fielding as well. He's one of these players, I think, that has to be involved. You have to keep him in the game, otherwise he seems to lose focus or interest sometimes. And he's been handed the ball by Luke Wright, and it seems like an excellent decision. 2 wickets for 6 runs. And suddenly things starting to change in terms of the complexion of this one.
But Walter, really known, although he's opening the batting in 4-day cricket, is known as a fine striker of the ball. Tall man, left-hander, and starts off nicely, showing that he's in form with a nice little stroke just wide of mid-on, but no run there. Lawrence 81 from 44 balls with 6 sixes and 6 fours. A superb innings, and clipped around the corner by Walter for a single up down towards fine leg. But just the early indications, with Lawrence out at exactly the same point as he was on Friday, albeit he hadn't played a major innings there, but just eerily similar feeling to what happened on Friday, the way that Surrey closed the Essex innings down. Are Sussex going to do the same thing? 137 for 4. Here is Pepper, looking to play that one through mid-on, and in the end, perhaps a bit fortunate. I think it came some pad on that, because if he'd missed it completely, it might even have been a stumping chance that. He just strayed down the pitch. A slightly uncertain start here from Michael Pepper, coming in at number 4. Only faced 5 balls so far. Rawlins bowls to him. He plays a drive, but up towards mid-off, and just get the feeling that Wright might be thinking about playing, just keeping Pepper on strike, and maybe just sort of playing on his uncertainty. And Essex could do well to just rotate the strike here, just to keep things moving, because they're in danger of just getting a little bit stuck. 137 for 4, big change in the last few overs. 14 overs have gone, Pepper 4 and Walter 1.
Yeah, good. Another good over from Rawlins. Rawlins has already used Garton, Robinson, Briggs, Mills, Bapara, Bisa and Rawlins, so he's tried to do something a little bit different. He's going to bring Garton back into the attack.
Hampshire and Kent, a game that Sussex would probably like Hampshire to win. They're 122 for 3 in the 16th over. Vince made 48, North East 37, but they're both out in that one. The other game tonight is Middlesex and Surrey. That's an evening game in the South Group, but those two playing each other at the Ageas at this moment, and we'll keep you posted on that one.
Yeah, so Garton just sending a man down to 3rd man. He's got 2 deep on the leg side as he comes into Walter, who just glances that down past the man at short fine leg, past Luke Wright for 4, nicely timed, and could be a little bit dangerous if it's a bit uppish, but the speed at which that was going, no problem at all, and a good way for Walter to move on to 5, 141 for 4. He's got to be 6'5", is he, something like that?
Yeah, he's been a bit of a revelation. He's been a bit of a bit part player for Essex, mainly in T20, but he's been playing in the 4-day side, first in the middle order, and then more laterally opening with Sir Alistair Cook.
Garton in again. That's come off the inside edge onto the onside. They'll certainly get 1. They probably should get 2, but they've changed their mind. Well, his large strides, you would have thought Walter would gobble up the ground, that's for sure, but he's got Pepper back on strike, which maybe Garton might prefer. No, he looks very comfortable, Walter, and he's so tall and imposing.
And he's not made the big scores, but he's been regularly getting 30s and 40s, and unless Essex decide to go back to the greater experience of Nick Brown for the final, Paul Walter might find that he's walking out. Unfortunately, it won't be a full Lord's, but that's whatever happens, but he might be walking out on the big occasion with Alistair Cook Wednesday week.
Garton, full of length, lovely looking shot on the offside. The man sweeping around there makes a good dive and save. I think that's Robinson there, who powers the ball back into Brown. Good fielding, takes off the bails just in case, but the man was well in. Good running there between the wickets, between Pepper and Walter.
Robinson there, after he completed the field, it's a good piece of work, and he sort of stood there with sort of hands on his knees, as if thinking, I've managed to contribute something in this game without getting hurt, so let's hope it carries on like that.
He's had a smack on the hand, he's had a turnover on his neck. What will happen next? He might even have to bat later. Slower delivery from Garton, just guided down to third man. Clever cricket from both the bowler and the batsman there. Garton just trying to vary his pace, hasn't really managed to find any breakthroughs. 23 off his overs so far, and well, he's been really handed a big opportunity by Jason Gillespie this summer.
We presume, of course, Robinson is fit to bowl. We'll soon find out. 2 overs, 1 for 16. Must mention Rawlins, 3 overs, 2 for 18.
Yes, fantastic bowling from Delray. As Garton puts that one short in, and well, he flashes at that one, and it's dropped by Brown. I don't know whether that was a chance. Brown is kicking himself. I don't know whether that's kicking.
Yeah, it is a chance. There's been no signal from umpire Gould, so
he's looking, he's waiting. No,
that's a chance.
So it was a difficult chance. It was going fast, but I think Ben Brown, by his high standards, would have expected to take that one.
Yeah.
Oh, he's looking at the ground. He knows it.
No, and they say the giveaway umpire Gould not making any signal, was turning his head away, so he didn't get the keeper's. Direct stare, but no, he would have liked to have taken that, and it would have been a good wicket because Walter's a useful player.
Yeah, Walter survives. Pepper on strike now. That hits him on the helmet. Pops up. Did he get a touch? Their appeal, and I don't think it did get a touch on the bat. But everyone just looking around. End of the over, an eventful over, the 15th over. Essex 146 for 4, but a missed opportunity for Sussex there as Ben Brown drops. A tricky chance as a short delivery is guided through. A bit of a waft really from Walter, who survives. He's on 7, as is Pepper, and well, finely balanced at the moment this match, in particularly this 6 innings, which started eventfully. An early wicket for Sussex, then a wonderful innings from Darren Lawrence, 81 from him, Wesley 39 as well, and now Sussex have come back again, and there's a bit of a conference going on. I think maybe has that hurt Pepper at all? I don't know, or whether he's just having a change of gear.
I think obviously it was just entirely off the helmet. If there had been any sort of bat deflection, he would have been given out.
Yeah, I think he's checking his helmet there and just he's having a word with the umpire as well. No, it's been an intriguing game so far. You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Sussex, and live on the BBC Sport website. If you do want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, if you want to get in contact with us, perhaps you want to talk about this T20 competition or the game today, or any other particular selection issues, or well, there's plenty to talk about, that's for sure, as the changing of the guard at the end of this summer for Sussex. Jason Gillespie heads home to Australia. Who should replace him? Perhaps another debating point, but it's going to be quite a lengthy delay here.
Interesting, just looking at these last few overs. We had 6 off the 12th, 6 off the 13th, 6 off the 14th, 9 off the 15th. So that's a string of fairly decent overs. In fact, the 10th over only went for 6 as well. The 11th was more expensive, but basically Sussex have had 5 of the last 6 overs have gone below double figures, and comfortably. So they have really pegged this back from that explosive start, where in fact if you look at overs 3 to 9, none of them went for less than 10. overs 3 to 9, and since then only one has gone for more than 10. So just shows you how Sussex have dragged this back. Still got a little bit of a hold up. I think Pepper is okay. Pepper is going to be quite important now because he's got himself in. He's sort of scoring just under a run of ball, 7 from 9, but obviously just need to up that rate a little bit to play an effective role here, coming in at number 4.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether they go after Briggs here, who switched to the Cromwell Road end.
He's just playing his 6th T20 game. Michael Pepper, highest of 27. 22-year-old from Harlow, batsman keeper, came up through the Cambridgeshire youth system. And Paul Walter has been very much part of the Essex setup in second team cricket, facing up now to Briggs and playing that one away nicely off his pads down towards deep backward square leg for a single. But just this thought that getting rid of the power hitters was what Sussex have done. So they've ticked off Wesley, Lawrence and Tender Scarter. It's now how much more damage can Essex do with what they have left at 147 for 4, 1 ball into the 16th over. As Briggs bowls a flatter one, a pill for LBW here. That's gone just off the pad, square into the offside. No bat involved in that. He was on the sweep, Pepper, but it's just flown away, just square into the offside for a single. But Sussex will settle for mainly singles and not a lot else at this stage. 148 for 4. We're looking to try and keep Essex down below 190. So this one is hit by Walter in the air and up to Rawlins at cover on the bounce. Had a crowd been in, there would have been a few people saying that was a crowd catch, but he hit it into the ground. But the pressure being maintained, Briggs' first over went for 23. He's been a bit more economical since. And here, again, just hitting it straight to the fielder there, Walter. Be a bit disappointed with that because the man there at deep backward square leg, it went straight to him, hit it nicely. But too many ones and not enough 4s at the moment for Essex. 149 for 4 in the 16th.
Yeah, full toss outside leg stump.
Yeah, it was
well,
one where he could have just hit it between the 2 boundary fielders, but didn't quite get that. And here's a good-looking slog sweep from Pepper, but again, it's only a single, and it's fielded nicely at deep mid-wicket. And Sussex will be relatively happy, even though only 4 wickets are down. They'll know they've got rid of the real threats, and they're keeping it pretty quiet at the moment as Briggs bowls. And here's Walter, he's bowled, and that was actually a result of the pressure that had been built up over the overs we've been talking about, but have gone for relatively few runs because it drew Walter into playing the big shot, and to be honest, he was nowhere with that. It was a nice delivery from Briggs that was fired, and he backed away. I think he was probably thinking about hitting it over extra cover or long off, but he was nowhere near it, and that's just a sign of pressure being built up. And this, as I say, there is an eerily similar quality to what happened on Friday afternoon, albeit a good few 80-90 miles and a bit more probably further south. 150 for 5, and Sussex fighting back here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Nick. You could tell they were just getting a little bit frustrated. A couple of balls that they probably should have got boundaries from, just getting singles. And it's all about pressure in this game, isn't it? And they've, I think Briggs has come back well, actually, after being absolutely destroyed earlier in this innings and smacked over his head a few times. He's gone up the other end and actually delivered a really, really good over, and he's got another breakthrough as well. New man to the crease, as Ollie Robinson, I think, is going to come on from the C end.
Well, good to see Ollie Robinson bowling. He's been in the wars. Blow on the hand and then what looked like a potentially quite nasty rick to the neck as he sort of was fielding in the outfield down in front of the smaller scoreboard to our left. Looked very uncomfortable, had to do some sort of neck exercises, being past fit to resume. And similarly resuming is Adrian Harms. Welcome back, Adrian.
Thank you, Nick. Yep, Ollie Robinson coming running in from the C end of the ground, coming in to bowl to Michael Pepper. Pepper pulls a short delivery away on the leg side. They pick up 1. There won't be 2 there though, because Thomason is in very quickly to prevent a second. You know, it was strange. I was talking to some of the guys in the press room when Dan Lawrence was motoring, and I said, well, Essex will be looking for north of 200 here, but I think they've settled for 200 now.
Yeah. Well, they got 195 on Friday, and I say eerily, Lawrence out at exactly the same point as on Friday evening, and after that they only got a run a ball. He was the 2nd man out on Friday, but 3rd man out today.
Well, it does look like a terrific batting wicket as Ollie Robinson comes in, but is stopped by umpire Ian Gould halfway through his approach. I don't quite know. He's coming off a shortened run now, Robinson.
The other thing, Pepper isn't hurting Sussex at the moment at all.
Robinson in bowl, short, pulled by Simon Harmer, literally just down in front of him, and there is no run. So don't know why suddenly Ollie Robinson decided to bowl off a shorter run. That was very odd.
Yeah, well, unless it's a third injury, potential injury, which... no, it's interesting that. It would be interesting if he carries on doing that. We just wanted to take Simon Harmer by surprise.
Maybe just glad to see Ollie Robinson is bowling, because it did look horrendous when he seemed to trip over as he fielded a ball and landed on his neck. But fortunately he's okay. 151 for 5. Pepper on 9. Simon Harmer yet to score. If Robinson is in, bowls to Harmer, who glides this one down to third man, picks up 1. I think that's all there's going to be. Down in the distance is Danny Briggs, who's a very fine fielder who gets in the throw on the bounce to keeper Ben Brown. 1 more to the total. Harmer on 1. The Eagles 152 for 5.
Yeah, thanks Richard Vaughan for your tweet. Yeah, we picked up that Vaughan had to leave the squad for family reasons. There was no logical reason. There had to be a reason like that. There was no logical reason for him not playing today, and sadly family circumstances preventing Adam Wheater from playing. They're missing him at the moment.
Robinson in bowls, and that's beautifully played by Pepper. It was a full toss from Ollie Robinson down the leg side, and it was sort of helped on its way by Pepper down to fine leg for 4 runs. Nicely played. He goes to 13, the total 156 for 5.
Yeah, as you say, it was a sort of waste time full toss, but he did what he had to do with it, and that might just get him going, because the snag has been sort of, obviously that Pepper hasn't really been able to get going in terms of scoring at more than a runner ball, but that might just get him going.
Robinson runs away from us. In bowls and reverse swept, and that's going to be more runs, and I think 4 more runs from Pepper. No, it's not, it's just going to be a single. Mills is very quickly round from fine leg, gets in the throw, it could be tight. No, he's home is Pepper, so he goes to 15, and the total to 158 for 5.
A little bit lucky there, because they could easily just hit that straight into the keeper's hands. It just got enough bat on it, but he is starting to, he's gone above a runner ball now, which is good. You can tweet us on at BBC Essex Sport as well.
As Robinson is on his way. 1 ball left of this 17th over. He's in and bowls, and Peppers takes a step away and flays this one away over third man, down to third man, 1 bounce over the ropes, and a 4 off the final ball of the over. So good over for Essex, 165. Pepper goes to 19 off 15 deliveries. Simon Harmer is on 1. You're listening to live cricket here on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Sussex. Lovely afternoon at Hove. A few people sitting on their balconies of their flats around the ground, enjoying the sunshine. 3 overs left. It looked as if Essex would get a lot more than this. I think Sussex will be pretty pleased with the last few overs.
Yeah, I think they'll settle for 190, and well done Michael Pepper, because he was struggling a bit out there.
He was. His
overall strike rate in T20s, he's only played 5 previous games, but it is less than 100, so he's scoring at less than a runner ball from his previous 5 outings. So he hasn't yet been a prolific fast scorer in his T20 career, but that was a better over. He got 10 runs off the over, didn't he? So he did pretty well. So it's going to be Mills coming into bowl, and that's a hit away for at least 2. It's going to be going all the way for 4. Yes, it's gone to the boundary. That was really nicely played from Harmer. He just played that backward square on the offside, and I thought it was going to be cut off by third man running round, but couldn't get to it, Visa. That was so well timed. And Harmer, of course, remember finals day last year, he can be as effective as anyone down the order for quick scoring, and it may be no bad thing if he takes quite a lot of a strike in the last 3 overs, because he's got that extra little bit of experience, and that was a really fine shot. I thought Wheater was going to get to that at third man. He never quite got there. It was really well timed. So boundaries suddenly starting to come for Essex after a very quiet period. 166 for 5 in the 18th. And Mills bowls a delivery which is much slower, and Harmer spots it. It takes an age to get to him, and in the end he just plays it, runs it down off the back foot into the offside and collects a single. Well bowled, 167 for 5.
Yeah, he has got these many variations as Tamel Mills, as well as bowling extremely quickly. His slower ball is well disguised, and Harmer, all he could do was dab that away for a single.
So Mills could bowl the last as well, probably will, and then Visa's only bowled the 1 over, but Robinson's still due to bowl another over, so we'll presume it will be Robinson and Mills.
Yeah, or I wonder whether he might turn to Delray Rawlings. He's only bowled 3 overs, just for 18.
167 for 5, and Mills bowls, and again that one's held back, and Pepper hits it away up towards deep mid wicket, but again the skill with that shot is to try and hit it as softly as possible, so we're the 2. And so far those who've attempted it haven't quite managed it, because deep wicket has always got in. This time it's Rawlings and prevented the second run, and does so again. 168 for 5.
Yeah, there's never 2 to Delray Rawlings. No. He's very, very quick.
And he also got to try and hit it wide of the fielder as well to make them run further. But if you get it right, that shot, it's a classic T20 stroke. The stroke through mid wicket with no power for 2. But Essex haven't quite managed that today. They've ended up with singles when they've played that. 168 for 5 in the 18th. And here is Harmer getting probably 4 off a stroke that would have gone through second slip. Played it late, and a deliberate T20 shot that. And of course no slips in, all perfectly safe. And this time Bopara down in front of us. Third man had no chance of getting across to that. And another boundary in the over to Simon Harmer. Now if he can stay through to the end here, they could yet get close to 200. 172 for 5. Remember, they made 195 in a sort of similar sort of innings on Friday, and it wasn't quite enough.
Yes, Parrell's quite wide here at the third bat. It was a very deliberate shot by Harmer. It was. Through the slip cordon.
He's certainly got plenty of talent as a T20 batsman, Simon Harmer. And Mills comes in to bowl to him, and he hits that in the air, and he's going to be very fortunate, because it would have just lobbed into the hands of a mid-wicket had there been one. They come back for a second run. But he completely miscued that, and frustratingly for Sussex, the fielders were all on the boundary. It would have been the easiest catch in the world to a man at mid-wicket, but there was none. 2 to a total, 174 for 5.
Well, you were saying how that shot needs to be very slow. In fact, by playing the ball in the air, Delray Rawlings just couldn't get there quick enough. And in the end, it was good running actually by Pepper, who was running to the danger end and came back very quickly to the non-striker's end. And even Rawlings, who's such a good fielder, couldn't prevent the 2.
But a little bit of fortune there for Harmer. Could almost have gone anywhere, that. He rather miscued it. 174 for 5. The end of the 18th over, being bowled by Mills from the Cromwell Road end. Slower ball and hit away for just the 1 out to the sweeper in front of the scoreboard. At deep backward point. And so on is pretty even there. 175 for 5. Essex, say, heading for a similar score to the one they got on Friday. 2 overs to go. Pepper, who upped the ante a bit in the last over where he did quite heavy scoring. He's gone to 20 from 16, and Harmer has 13 from 7, 175 for 5. If you have just joined us, an absolutely brilliant innings from Dan Lawrence, and a very good partnership with Tom Wesley for the second wicket. But Sussex have fought back since.
Yes, and it looks as if Luke Wright is turning here to George Garton to bowl the final over from the Cromwell Road end, the C end of the ground. 3 overs, 0 for 27 for George Garton. Ravi Bopara is just standing down below us here at mid-on, or long-on I should say. The rest of the field, there's a cow corner, a deep backward square, a third man, and a deep extra cover at the fielders on the boundary. Then on the offside, 3 men inside the circle and 1 on the leg side. Just elsewhere, there is one other game going on in the southern group today. Hampshire 174 for 4 at the Aegeus Bowl against Kent in the last over of their 20 there. So what's George Garton going to do? He's coming around the wicket to the right-handed Simon Harmer. He's in and bowls, and Harmer looks to drive that down the ground. Good delivery by Garton, who took some pace off of that, and the ball goes through to keeper Brown. So a dot ball. They are invaluable at this stage of an innings. 175 for 5.
Yes, we have seen some good slow deliveries from Sussex, and been part of the fight back in terms of restricting the scoring. But Harmer, if he can connect with a few here, can get Essex close to 200.
There's Garton, comes away from us. Comes in and bowls, and short, pulled away by Harmer. He's just going to get a single down to deep backward square, fielded out there by Callum MacLeod, who gets in the throw. I can see David Visa warming up now. I wonder whether David Visa is going to bowl the last over, which would be a little surprising, because Tamel Mills has still got 1 over up his sleeve.
1 for 31 in 3, Mills.
Yes. Although I did notice that Tamel Mills, when he took a wicket, he was down on his haunches, and I'm just wondering if he's okay. And in fact, I'm just looking around the ground to see whether I can see Tamel Mills. As in comes Garton round the wicket bowl, short, and that's going to be signalled as a short. No, it's not. Yeah. So another top ball from George Garton. This is turning into a good final over.
Quite marginal, but he got away with it, so you have to say it's a very good delivery. It was just held back. It was just slightly slow as well. Batsman Pepper was through with the shot. Essex will be trying to prey on Pepper's relative inexperience here at T20 level.
Garton again. away from us. Good penultimate over so far, bowls, and again he beats Pepper outside the off stump. Another dot ball, and this is a very fine over by George Garton. He's just gone for the single so far. Essex 176 for 5.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Harmer is now he's certainly within talking distance of Pepper now, and I suspect, where are we in the over? It's 18.4. I mean, it's at that stage where even if he takes a single, it means that Harmer would have to get a single to get the strike in the last over after one remaining delivery. But it's a good over this from Garton.
Certainly is. Garton on his way again, bowls, and played to the onside by Pepper. They've taken one, and I think they'll probably settle for that. As Thomason comes in quickly to field, one more to Pepper. He goes to 21, but off 19 deliveries. Yeah, and Essex to 177 for 5.
He's done okay, but I would suspect that, I mean, Sussex, obviously, Bopara will know a lot about Pepper, and obviously as much as anyone, but I would just say that Sussex probably won't have been too disheartened after that absolute mauling they got from Lawrence and Wheat and Wesley to see Pepper coming at 4.
Garton again, round the wicket, bowls to Harmer. Harmer pulls this down the ground. That's a huge blow. Yeah. That's gone a long, long way, and that is 6 runs as the ball bounces down below us and crashes into the window of the press box. That's 6 runs, and that's exactly what Essex needed off of that final ball of the over. 183 for 5. Harmer onto 20 off just 10 deliveries. Pepper on 21 off 19. 183 for 5 with 1 over remaining, which I think is going to be bowled by David Visa. And I'm still looking around the field to see if I can see Tamel Mills, and I'm not sure he's on the field, Nick. So I don't know whether he's picked up a knock.
Yeah, hopefully nothing too untoward, because
he did, when he took that wicket, he was just down on his haunches just down below us, and I wondered then whether he tweaked something or was in a little bit of discomfort. So we'll just have to see how that works out. But I'm looking around. It's a long way up to the far end of the ground, but I'm fairly certain that Tamel Mills is not on the field.
So it's going to be Visa bowling to Pepper. So will Pepper look? Well, obviously I think he'll just take what's on offer here, Pepper, but
in fact it's Stuart Meeker who's the 12th man who's come on.
He's definitely on there, as here's Visa bowling, and this is hit away through the mid-wicket gap by Michael Pepper, and they're going to come back for the second run because it's there.
Good running.
He's placed that very well, Pepper, probably as well as anybody, that shot, because he's hit it. There's a long on and a deep mid-wicket on the boundary. He's hit it between the two, and that's allowed him to get back for the second run. 185 for 5.
Yeah, good running by Simon Harmer, who was always running to the danger end, and he'd already made up his mind he was going to come back for the second.
So 5 balls to go. They got 195 in a losing cause on Friday. As here is Pepper hitting that down the ground for a single up towards long on, and gives a strike to Harmer. Put a lot into that shot, did Michael Pepper, but he didn't quite manage to time it. Well,
South African to South African now. I'm sure these two know each other very well, Simon Harmer and David Visa. And I think Essex will probably be pleased that Harmer is on strike for these, perhaps these final 4 balls. We shall see.
186 for 5. As Visa bowls, and that's a slow one, hit by Harmer in the air. Could be a catch. No, it's one bounce before deep backward square leg, and they just get through for the 1 run. Well bowled that, because it was a slower one. It was a full shot from Harmer. It in the end just landed short of deep backward square. Wasn't a catching chance, but just the 1 run. 187 for 5.
Yes, I thought for a moment, because George Garton is another very fine fielder, but even someone as quick as George couldn't get under that. But Sussex would settle for a single there.
187 for 5, and this is a good shot from Pepper, and he's going to get 4. He'll be pleased with that, because he's really put bat to ball there. Hit that away nice and cleanly, and Garton was the closest fielder, but he couldn't get across to that because it went in front of square and away into the empty stands. Of course, they're all empty stands here. 191 for 5. And we've got 2 balls to go.
He's a tall man, Michael Pepper, isn't he, for a wicket keeper?
That was a good blow from him. As if he's spent some time out in the middle now, and can he end with a bit of a flourish to get Essex to 200? 2 balls to go. Here is Visa bowling to him. He hits this one down the ground as well. That's a good looking shot. It's going up towards the long off boundary, and he's going to get 4 more, I think. I don't think the field has been able to cut that off, and Essex have got to the score that they made on Friday, which was a losing score. They lost off the last ball on Friday, so they have 1 ball with which to try and improve on what they got. They have done better in the last 7 overs than they did on Friday, that's for sure.
Yeah, Pepper suddenly 32 off 23.
So 195 for 5 with a ball to go. And here is Visa bowling, and Pepper squeezes that one away. It's well placed. He's going to get possibly 2 here. Takes the score up to 197 for 5. And in the end, that was not a bad effort from Essex in the last few overs, because, as I say, it had a very eerily similar quality for a long way, that it looked as though Sussex might really keep Essex down to something very moderate in the context of what they looked like they were likely to get. Well, you could say that when Lawrence and Tom Westley were going as well as they were, probably Sussex would have settled for Essex making 197 for 5, Adrian.
Well, I think definitely. I mean, at one stage Essex were 120 for 1 after 11.1 overs. So the last 9 overs have effectively produced another 77 runs. So I think Sussex will be very pleased with that. But that being said, it means Sussex are going to score at the best part of 10 and over, and they've got to come out the blocks, and the power play is going to be extremely important. But I think this is really well poised. Wonderful innings from Dan Lawrence, 81 off just 44 balls, with 6 sixes and 6 fours. A bit of momentum lost, but as you say, Essex with Harmer and Pepper at the end, just adding those valuable runs. And in fact, it was a good stand for that final. What did they put on? 46 for that wicket in just 4 overs. So it was a decent end to the innings for Essex.
It was, and Michael Pepper, to his credit, looked like getting very stuck out there. But in the end, played some good shots, particularly in that last over. Just question maybe the choice of Visa at the end. Didn't quite come off those last couple of overs for Sussex, because they had other options, but we shall only see in the final analysis. 197 for 5. That last over went for 14, and the 18th went for 13, and the 17th for 12. So in fact, it was a pretty good rally by Essex right at the end, after that period between overs 10 and 16 inclusive, where things went pretty quiet, and Sussex really did have something of a stranglehold and were taking wickets at the same time. So it's nicely poised, 197 for 5, and certainly the story from an Essex point of view is after the early loss of Cameron Delport, who was out to the 8th ball of the innings for 1, there was a quite sumptuous partnership of 118 for the second wicket, and they made the runs in exactly 11 overs. So you can look at the strike rates that they were going at. In fact, they made those runs in exactly 10 overs, because the wicket fell after 1 over and 2 balls, and the second wicket fell after 11 overs and 2 balls. So if you have a look at that strike rate, it's close to 12 and over, 118 off 10 overs between Westley and Lawrence. Initially it was Westley who was the aggressor. He had a profitable 3rd over of the innings after just 2 runs came from the first 2 overs, but then it was Lawrence who really took centre stage, and a fantastic partnership. But the two went in quick succession. First of all, Westley for 39 from 25 balls with 2 sixes and 3 fours, but he batted well enough to suggest that perhaps he might have a better end to the season than it has been hitherto for him. But the star, undoubtedly, Dan Lawrence, he looked like certain to beat his previous best T20 score of 86, got to 81, 6 sixes and 6 fours, his first 46 runs all in boundaries, just 44 balls before he was out to Tymel Mills. And Tender Scarter and Walter then went cheaply, and it needed that partnership between Pepper and Harmer. Pepper 34 from 24, so that was an encouraging end to him, because much better than his normal T20 strike rate in the end. And Harmer 21 from 11, and those two took the score up to 197 for 5. Garton 4 overs for 35, Robinson 3 overs 1 for 28, Briggs 3 overs 1 for 36, but bear in mind that I think 23 runs came off his first over. Mills 3 overs 1 for 31, Bopara 2 overs for 24, Visa 2 overs number 24 as well, and Rawlins 3 overs no maiden 2 for 18, was instrumental in the middle of the innings, just quietening things down, and it also created pressure which brought success for him, and that could yet prove to be a very important spell from him as we look at the final analysis of this game. So I would say, Adrian, quite nicely poised at the moment, as you say.
Yeah, I do, and I think it's a really good track as well. And Sussex, I mean, Luke Wright has been in wonderful form at the top of the order. There is a bit of a change around, because no Phil Salt, he's away with England at the minute. So the scorecard suggesting that Aaron Thomason is going to open. Now, I've not seen Thomason open in T20 cricket. He does like to hit the ball. He's an attacking batsman. I saw him make a very good 90 at Kidderminster last year in a championship match, but that's a change in the order. Then Callum MacLeod coming in at 3. Delray Rawlings is in good form. He made runs at Canterbury at the weekend. And then David Visa, who's been in wonderful form throughout this T20 competition. and Ravi Bopara coming at 6. So plenty of batting for Sussex, but as ever, Luke Wright is always key, particularly in the power play. We'll have to see how he goes. What about from an Essex point of view in terms of the bowling? I'm quite surprised. Does Aaron Beard not play in T20 cricket?
Well, Aaron Beard has been playing. He's just been a little bit expensive as a death bowler. He's been replaced by Matt Quinn, who was slightly unfortunate to be left out of the last game. Essex have sort of been, up until that Bob Willis Trophy game against Middlesex, they played neither Porter nor Cook, but they have played Cook in the last couple of games. So the Essex bowling options, obviously they've got Aaron Nijar, left arm spin. Can he emulate Rawlins? Simon Harmer as well. Jack Plum, who's very brisk, playing his second game. Sam Cook, of course, who is one of the opening bowlers in the 4-day format. Matt Quinn. Paul Water will probably bowl towards the end of the innings, and of course they've got Cameron Delport, who'll, if you like, be the Bopara in terms of the sort of bowling he'll do, and Dan Lawrence, who bowls very unconventional spin. So plenty of bowling options.
And Essex will know. I mean, when you look at the table, Essex are almost out of this, but they'll think, looking at last year, if they could win this game, they'll be thinking, who knows how this group might develop. So this really is it. Essex have got to give this everything.
Yes, I mean they have to win this game. They are out if they're not going to get through with 8 points. There's been people who are working out tables and who's playing who. I'm not sure you can say it this far out for certainty whether 10 points will be enough. It probably won't be, because historically it isn't. But it just gives you a little bit of a chance anyway, and all you can hope is to have a bit of a chance. And so Essex were very much, and to say they were at the extreme end of their supply line when they came to Hove last year would be an understatement. They were basically making up the numbers. Won the game by 9 runs, and although they then tied the next game at the Aegeus Bowl, they can't afford to do that this time, by the way. Then they never looked back. We were just thinking, Adrian, the way this competition is going to end, and Sussex, of course, will be hoping to be involved in the latter stages. The ECB changed the schedule so that all of the latter stages of this was going to be in October. So the 4 quarter-finals are all scheduled for the 1st of October, and then the finals day, optimistically, for the 3rd of October, 3 games in a day. I personally thought that there was a case for saying, look at the 10th of October on its own for a final, or maybe with a high-profile women's match preceding it, because there's no Premier League. And it would have given potentially time for spectators in an orderly fashion to buy tickets. Well, there's going to be no orderly fashion about anybody buying tickets when there's about 24 hours between the quarter-final and final, if indeed they are allowed to buy tickets. So we have to wait and see exactly what's planned. But we were talking off-air about how these quarter-finals will be arranged, because ideally you want them in the afternoon, because the dew will be an important factor. On days like this, you probably would, if you win the toss, you probably quite like to be batting second when it's very difficult for the fielding side. But also, of course, when the games will be played, and also potentially where. It is going to be a fixed draw, so it's going to be based on where you finish in your group, and the 3 group winners and the best seconds will be at home, and it'll be a fixed draw. They'll be then up against the other second place sides and the 2 blessed third place sides. But I think a little bit of a mystery as to exactly when and where the games will be.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think there is a big question mark certainly here at Hove. A lot of building work going on. I think in terms of these games being, would they be on TV? If Sussex even won their group, would they be at home? I don't know the answer to that. But also, I was thinking, Nick, that Sunday is the final group games. The quarterfinals are not scheduled for then another 10 days until the Thursday, and if Essex don't get through and Somerset don't get through, and Somerset look like they're struggling in their group, you've then got 8 quarter-finalists hanging around for 10 days to play a quarter-final. That does seem slightly ludicrous, doesn't it? And I wonder whether they might think, well, actually, let's get the quarter-finals on almost as quickly as we can, or over a series of days. To play them all on one day seems almost...
Well, of course, it's very unusual, and to be honest, normally it's one of my big gripes of the season, the fact that the T20 quarter-finals takes out a whole week of the season, and they're played, one day after another, so they can all be televised. But I think the original thought was only one of the games would be televised, and of course another factor that's come into play for Sky, the rights holder, is that they also, I think, have a commitment to the Indian Premier League, which has daily games at 2 p.m. And ideally, you'd want these games being played at 2 in the afternoon rather than in the evening, because, well, certainly if there's no crowd, and let's be honest, even if there is a crowd, it will only be a small one And I suspect they'd rather like a sort of 2 p.m. rather than a 7 p.m. crowd to make sure there's no issues with any poor behaviour. So
to be honest, with the latest advice, I think it would be incredibly surprising if there was any crowds, even on finals day.
No, and I think you're right, Adrian. I think the reason they changed it, they brought the Bob Willis Trophy game forward and pushed the T20s back in the hope that, following the government directive about October the 1st, that would come to fruition. But I know that the Premier League are concerned about, I think there is this theory for sports bodies that even crowds with limited numbers are not cost effective, because obviously you haven't got that many spectators coming in, and of course the cost of all the stewarding and the marshalling and to make sure that everyone is following protocols. Actually, thank you very much for a nice cup of tea. Thanks very much for that. That actually has a bit of an effect as well.
It does. Well, look, I'm going to take a breather for a few minutes. My colleague Johnny Cantor's going to come in and do the opening overs, and he's got a nip-off busy day because the Premier League starts this week, so Johnny will be off to the Amex, but Johnny's going to come in for the first few overs, and thank you for the tea as well.
Thank you, Johnny. Yeah, very, very much so. It'll be cooked to bowl. And Luke Wright, a key wicket obviously for Essex to take as early as possible. What sort of role will Ravi? He hasn't done much for Sussex so far. He didn't do much today in the field, but when he bats against Essex, you just wonder whether there might be some fireworks. We never know. But Luke Wright, highest score of 153. And remember that famous game, it was in 2014 against Essex. Johnny, over to you. Let's have a look and see what happens in this first over. Well, I have a look at that Luke Wright special against Essex from a few years ago.
Right, who we got opening the bowling?
So
we got
it's going to be Sam Cook.
Cook yes, from the CN. Lengthy run up. Still wonderful conditions here. Looking for an early breakthrough. Luke Wright, the captain, on strike. He's in, and he just gets a little edge there, and it's gone flown down for 4. Well, it's a great shot, but I don't know, it's a dangerous shot to be playing off the first ball. But he's an experienced T20 player, Luke Wright, and he's just playing with full of confidence. And I think that just showed that probably that there. But a little bit of encouragement for Cook, but that has raced away 4 off the first delivery.
No question, they're just opening with a gentle over of left arm spin here. They've gone straight for their 4-day opening bowler in Sam Cook, who's just playing his second game of the competition this year. Jamie Porter hasn't had a look in at all, but Sam Cook played nicely on Friday, and it'll be interesting to see who he also bowls the last over, which in the end only 10 runs required for Surrey. Difficult to defend, and the game was lost off the last ball, but no real fault of Cook.
Aaron Thomason, the other opener. I'm surprised to see him up there, but interesting with McLeod being brought in. But here comes Cook again. Right, just lets that one go outside the off stump. He's brought in a slit there, so I feel there's room for encouragement. Now to point, short third man, and out on the cover boundary, extra cover, mid off, mid on. A man now on a deep square leg on the boundary, and a man from the short fine leg.
So Luke Wright's 153 not out came in a very famous game at Chelmsford in July 2014, in which Essex themselves scored one of their highest ever totals, 225 for 3. Tom Wesley made 100.
Right here, was already off the mark, guides that behind square on the offside, and with a bit of pace from the delivery, another boundary for Luke Wright. Well, I'm not sure he'll quite get to those totals today. Maybe a shorter boundary on that occasion, but he's looking in good touch, and it's a good start from Wright, who moves to 8.
It was an amazing game, because I think it was the 3rd highest Essex total of all, and they lost the match 225 for 3. So obviously the talk about was only 3 wickets down. Had they actually got enough runs? That was a very, very good pitch.
Well, this one looks like a belter as well, as forward defensive there. Right. Out on the offside, no run.
And Chris Nash was out for 0, but Wright sort of compensated by making 153 not out off 66 balls. So it didn't matter too much, the fact that
those two have a fair bit of social media banter. So I'm sure Luke Wright will probably remind him. If we remind him of it, I'm sure he'll remind Chris Nash of it as well, who has now left Sussex. Wright, who remains here on strike now, and that's again guided behind square. It's a clever looking shot. He's managed to dissect the 2 men behind square on the offside, and it's an excellent start from Luke Wright, who just guided that away along the ground, using the pace of the ball. So clever, so experienced. I mean, he played in so many different competitions, but this is his home track, and he played that one beautifully.
He can play in different ways as well, can't he, Johnny? Because I remember there was a recent game against Hampshire where actually the Sussex batting didn't really come off, apart from Wright, who sensed the others weren't coming off and actually played the anchor role, didn't he, in a recent victory over Hampshire.
And you're right, he does do that when Salt's in the side quite often, as Cook comes in again, and that's a wild swing, and it wasn't far off the stumps either. It was a little bit of an ugly end to what was a good over for Luke Wright. 12 without loss, Sussex, and well, a decent start, but that was not pretty, to put it mildly. But yes, you're absolutely right. Quite often when Salt's going for it, and he likes to attack of course as well, Wright is quite happy to sit back, but the way it looks at the moment, he's on the front foot, Luke Wright, and he's taken them to 12 without loss after the first over.
Just a reminder, there's no Adam Wheater today, so Michael Pepper is keeping wicket. Adam Wheater not available due to, he was in the squad but not available due to family reasons. So wish him and his family well, and hope to see him back soon. Missed a bit of last season through injury as well, and has been in tremendous form. Yeah, he's just really coming into his best form. Yeah. So, but actually Michael Pepper, to his credit, coming in at number 4 in the end, started to score quite freely. I think he can be in the end quite happy with how he got on. It's a question of will that be enough in the final analysis. So interesting, no sign at all of any early spin, which we quite often see as it's going to be Quinn bowling, and that's off the back foot and played away quite nicely by Wright on the bounce down for a run, and they looked for a second of a possible misfield, but it's not there. Interestingly, the throw coming in from Delport, and there was just a thought they might have been able to scamper through for a second, but the last thing you want to do is get involved in a run-out mix-up. No, absolutely, and actually it could have been overthrows, but he hit the stump, so they'd be quite glad about that in the end, to be honest. So it's going to be Thomason, with Luke Wright having taken 12 from 6 balls. Not as Johnny was saying, not particularly elegant so far, but he still made a fairly fast start. Target 198, won the second over, so 185 more to win. And here's a slower ball from Quinn, which is nicely played defensively by the right-hander. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. So Wright, in the end, just pushing that one defensively. It was a nicely executed delivery. And he just in the end just content to play it defensively, but well bowled Matt Quinn. Because we did see a couple of lifts, didn't we, from Robinson from that end, which is probably why the slip is in there. Maybe Essex feeling that it's worth having a slip in the early stages. That's more or less all the strikes so far as Wright, as he goes onto the back foot and plays it up into the offside and goes to cover. There's 4 men in the ring saving 1. Sam Cook is one of them. Backward point cover, extra cover mid-off. There's a mid-on and a short fine leg, so a huge gap on the leg side. There's a deep square leg on the boundary and a 3rd man. And a slip-in, that's Simon Harmer. But Essex sensing they need to take any early opportunities that come their way, particularly if it's Luke Wright they can get. So Thomason's faced the 1 ball. It was at the start of this over, and took that single. But Wright, I think, has faced every other delivery so far. 13 for no wicket, but it's been a good over so far from Quinn. Slip waiting, as here Wright hits that away just over the head of mid-on, not by far. Walter, who's a tall man, would have briefly thought he might just get to that. He stuck out a right hand, but it went in the end well over his right shoulder, and for 4 to the deep and straight mid-wicket boundary. 17 for no wicket. Yeah, Wright not hanging around here, but it was a great effort from Walter, you have to say. Not many other players on this ground would have been able to get anywhere near that, but because he's so tall, he gave it a good leap. Now hurting, I think, after he fell, but he wasn't that far away. Well, now Harmer's taken himself out of slip, interestingly. He doesn't want one flying through there now. There's no slip in. He's gone to mid-wicket. So we've now got the 7 saving 1, but no attacking fielders. And here, Wright hits a superb shot off the back foot, giving himself room and threading it between backward point and cover like a rocket for 4 down into the boundary balls to the right of the scoreboard. Really hit that hard, and 21 for no wicket, and he's gone to 20 and looking dangerous already. He is. He's been in good form. I feel like there's one really, really big score in him at the moment, but he's decided to be really, really positive. And of course, try and make the most of this power play. Well, and again, Essex making another change to the field. 153 not out from 6 years ago. He probably wouldn't be able to statistically get that money in this run chase, but he's got form against Essex before, as we mentioned. So Now we have 5 saving one on the offside for Thomason. Misses going down the leg side from Quinn, but hits the pad. Actually, if Thomason had got it inside the line of that, it would have been a wide, but he wasn't able to just quite do that. 21 for no wicket. Pretty good over that from Quinn, despite Luke Wright striking the ball well. He still bowled pretty well there, but Wright looking dangerous. 20 from 11. Thomason less so. 1 run to his name from a couple of deliveries, and it's 21 for no wicket.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good response there actually from Quinn. A nice slower ball there, trying to tuck Luke Wright up there, and I think they'll be quite glad to get Thomason on strike now, and try and keep him there and try and restrict Sussex a little bit more. Looks like change of bowling here. So maybe
yeah, it's going to be Plum.
Yeah, so
who played in the last game.
Probably feel that after that first over from Cook, needed to do something a little bit different.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, it was right on strike for that last delivery. And I thought it surprised me. I thought he might have just got inside the line of that one. It would have been a wide, but he actually just got trapped in his pad. So it's Thomason on strike now.
It is. He faces up now. First delivery. That's a full defensive no run. Good decent opener there from Plum. Well, they're similar sort of build, aren't they? These two, Thomason and Wright. Short is very powerful. Each other a little bit of a punch on the gloves there. Bit of a low 5 to give a bit of encouragement there. Luke Wright maybe offering a few words of encouragement and just saying maybe no panic. We're fine here at 21 without loss. In this the third over here on BBC Essex and BBC Sussex as Plum comes in again. Right arm over the wicket. Wild swipe by Thomason. Misses it completely. It misses the stumps as well. Well, that was quite reckless. I don't think it was really the delivery to do it. I know they want to get on with it. They've got to keep the run rate up, but that was a wild swipe. It's only his third delivery.
Yeah, good start by Plum in his second first team game for Essex. He bowled 3 overs for 28. Didn't let anybody down on Friday. Could get certainly when he's on. Might fancy his chances here against Thomason. The early indication.
Yeah, Thomason hasn't had a great deal of cricket, but he's got hold of that one. It's got straight to the fielder at mid-off. No run. So he's a powerful hitter. Coming into an indifferent time at Sussex, hasn't really made a major impact. They haven't had that much cricket, but off an opportunity at the top of the order here today.
Right, just got down to punch gloves with him and maybe indicating, see if he can just get bat on it and we'll scamper through.
So many times we talk about Luke Wright and the influence he has on others. We talk about it with Ben Brown about the influence on Delray Rawlings. He's got all the shots, but sometimes Luke Wright just needs to coach him through it really as Plum comes in again. Against Thomason, plays that on the offside. They think about a quick single, but there's good fielding there in quickly. And very sharp in the field so far, Essex, in that ring. Cordon very tight. They're in on the one straight away. I think there was a single there. Good to look for it, but good fielding all the same.
Well, this is very good indeed from Jack Plum. He's keeping Thomason down on strike, and
that's exactly what his captain would have wanted him to do.
Yeah.
You've got to credit the captain actually for making the change and bringing him into the attack. And he's tying him up. A couple of balls left of his opening over. And that one's booted over mid-wicket. It's high. I'm not quite sure he's got the legs to get to the boundary. A couple of bounces, 3 fielders going over it. And eventually it is retrieved and he'll go through for 2. So Thomason up to 3, 23 without loss. So a couple there for him.
Yeah, that one rather pitched and stopped. It wasn't particularly timed. He got it over the onside infield. That was a crucial thing, but no damage done really significantly for Essex. There's no boundaries been hit in this Plum over. It's been very good. And I say he's kept his man on strike, keeping right away from the strike.
Final ball of the over. Plum has done very, very well so far. Comes in, fuller delivery. That's out on the onside, straight to the fielder. Has a throw at the stumps, but it's nowhere near. One bounce over the top, taken by the bowler, but I think Plum can be very, very happy indeed with his opening over. Sussex 24 without loss, but certainly slowing things down there, Essex, with an excellent over there. Right on 20, Thomason unbeaten on 4.
Yeah, and of course he's actually got Thomason back on strike for the next over, so that's almost game plan perfectly executed. So yeah, Harman will be very pleased with the youngster there. That was an excellent effort. So Matt Quinn is going to continue. So we've seen an over from Cook, an over from Plum, and now a second over from Matt Quinn.
Well, perhaps his chances, he's probably not actually bowled to Thomason yet, I don't think.
No, I think it was all right, wasn't it?
Yes.
Maybe might have been one ball.
Delivery,
yeah, 24 for no wicket. So Thomason, who's not really got going yet, 4 from 7 balls, is on strike and he backs away and hits that. That's a good shot. That'll do him some good. It was a little bit short. He's cracked it away off the back foot, wider backward point before. It wasn't a great delivery from Quinn, and he's backed away and put it away, and that will possibly get him going. Just had to get into line for that, and he couldn't have played it much better. Gets 4, goes to 8, and it's 28 for no wicket.
Yeah, managed to get it past the man at just behind point, square on the offside, but it was a little bit wide on that occasion from Quinn. Probably his first errant delivery.
Yeah, annoyed with that, Quinn. More experienced than Plum, and he gifted him the 4 ball. Up to the wicket again, he bowls. That's much more tucked into the pads, and all Thomason can do is get it away, I think, a bat onto pad, because there's no signal of a leg by, so it's picked up by Tender Scarter at mid-wicket, but bat onto pad, rolled out into the onside, and that does give Luke Wright the strike. So 29 for no wicket in the 4th, target 198. And we're in the 4th over of the game, but Essex have to win to have any remote chance of qualifying. If they do lose this, then I don't think we can worry too much about sides who've got through with 8 points. I think that's something we can completely forget about. Essex are out of the competition if they lose this game, but if they do win it, then they can possibly look to see if there's permutations, if they can win their remaining 3 games, just to keep their hopes alive.
Well, they've got to stay positive. They've posted a decent total, so...
They do with Hampshire beating Kent today, though, and at the moment Kent have made a good start in their reply at the Aegeus. Keep you posted with that. As here is a delivery which is right up in the block hole, and Wright's looking to slam that down the ground. In the end, just plays it down into his pad. It's well bowled by Quinn. 29 for no wicket in the 4th.
Excellent bowling there. He knew what Wright was trying to do. Hit him over mid-wicket again. To go for it, and then when he played back the stroke there, right, he tried to play it straighter, and I think that's what he realised what he'd done. But it's a really, really good response from Quinn to just angle it in slightly there. He's bowling well, apart from that one wide one outside the off stump. It's been a terrific spell so far from him.
Callum MacLeod of Scotland, Delray Rawlins, David Visa, Ravi Bopara, all still to come.
We'll do bat low, Sussex.
29 for no wicket, and here is Wright hitting it in the air. Now, could he be caught at mid-off here? He's completely miscued that, and it's taken. And that could be a really big moment in this game. He just got far too far underneath it, and Quinn have been bowling better and better in that over. And I think it's Harmer out there who's got that, but that's a really well-judged catch, and that could be a really important moment. We were talking about the batting that's still to come, but Luke Wright just getting slightly tied down there, and he's perished. Matt Quinn takes the wicket. Simon Harmer judges the catch nicely at mid-off. He just had to watch and wait for the ball to come into his hands. He's gone for 20 from 13 deliveries. Callum MacLeod comes to the middle, but that's a really important breakthrough for Essex.
Yeah, it took a little bit of pace off, slower delivery, and Wright just rushing through the shot slightly, and a decent take. So first wicket for Essex, and an important one with Luke Wright at the top of the order. And now they've got a couple of batsmen in, MacLeod and Thomason, who haven't played that much cricket, so again, just like Sussex did when they have 2 new relatively new batsmen in, you want to make hay, but it just looked like he was just getting a bit frustrated there, Luke Wright. The first one that he put his bat onto his pads, and then he went for that one, but clever bowling again from Quinn, slowing things down, taking the pace off, and getting his just rewards. Certainly deserved that wicket. Now Sussex 29 for 1.
Yeah, back in the side, Matt Quinn, a little bit unlucky not to play on Friday, and I think just showing his skills there. Started off with the over with a poor delivery, but he's actually got better and better as the over has gone on, and culminating with that 4th ball with that important wicket of Luke Wright for 20. So we're in the 4th over, 198 for target, 29 for 1, and we've got 5 saving 1 on the offside and 2 on the leg side at short, fine leg and mid-on. Deep mid-wicket is one of the boundary fielders, and deep backward square is the other, as that one beats the attempted little dab shot into the offside from Thomason. And Essex starting to create some dot balls here as well, so they'll be pleased with the way this power play is starting to shape up. 29 for 1 in the 4th, and just a question of keeping the pressure up, taking regular wickets. Sussex will be looking to capitalise on these next couple of overs, having only lost the 1 wicket. Here is Quinn bowling, and that's a leg side wide, so it's been a bit of a mix this over. Disappointed with that one.
Yeah, I think you'd be really disappointed. He started so well, Again, he was trying to take a little bit of the pace off things once again to Thomason, but now with 30 for 1 after only 4 overs, seems to be relatively happy after Luke Wright's first over when he hit those boundaries and looking so strong.
So 30 for 1 on a bright sunny afternoon. We haven't had a cloud all afternoon, all day in fact, here at Hove, and here is Thomason getting a slower one which he just punches away off the back foot, sort of pull drive if you like, out to deep mid wicket. Keeps the strike, but the dangerous Luke Wright has gone in that over for 20. 31 for 1 with McLeod, who's yet to face 0 and Thomason 10, and the target 198, and we've had 4 overs.
Well, hugely frustrated. I'm going to have to leave this and head to the Amex, because Brighton and Hove Albion taking on Chelsea this evening. Previews to come, full commentary of course from 8 o'clock this evening, but I shall be listening in and definitely get it on the website as commentary continues with Nick and Adrian in what is a really finely balanced game, and I think we're going to probably see a little bit more a few bit more big hits, I think, as the game goes on, because Sussex do bat low, but intriguing position in this game as Adrian rejoins you, Nick, on the commentary.
Thanks very much indeed, Johnny. Thank you for that. And, might just need to do the first ball of this next over while Adrian just comes into play, but it's Plum who's bowling, and that one has useful delivery, and it tucks up the right-hander Thomason. He's not quite sure where it is. Just rolls away, just backwards square on the onside, and there's no run. Welcome back, Adrian, and actually a good start by Essex here.
No, very good start. Interesting you and Johnny talking about Luke Wright's innings. I remember that night well, because the players were stuck in a horrendous traffic jam, and Luke Wright actually tweeted that night that if anyone is there from Sussex, can they open the batting? And I remember I was stuck in it as well. It was awful. It was a Friday night, and Sussex got there just in. I think they put the start time back about a quarter of an hour or something. But it was an amazing night. And Luke was hitting it sort of out the ground and into the flats and all sorts. But anyway, he's gone. And it's Plum running in away from us. Comes in and bowls. And pulled away by Thomason onto the leg side. It's only though going to be a single. He didn't really time that at all. And it's just a single. And the Sharks go to 32 for. We've got quite a lot of noise from various building work and lorries around the ground, which I apologise for that. You could probably hear that in the background. But I think that so far Essex will be the happier of the two in the power play, because Luke Wright has been in scintillating form for Sussex in this competition. Johnny makes his way, so if you're a listener to BBC Sussex, you'll hear him at the Amex Stadium a little later on, but it's cricket we're concentrating on at the moment. And McLeod yet to score. He's yet to face a ball, actually. He's about to face his first delivery, Callum McLeod, who has been opening the batting with Luke Wright, so a change in policy today with Aaron Thomason coming into the side. In comes Plum and bowls, and McLeod works that one backward a point, but only just out of the way of the fielder there diving at backward point, and he gets on his way with a single.
Yes, that wasn't too far away.
No, it wasn't.
Just a very, very soft dismissal, but in the end falling short and getting through for a single. But just a hint that there's plenty of menace in this Sussex batting lineup, but just at the moment Essex have got things under control, and Plum particularly bowling well.
Yes, he is. It is Zach Crawley going very well for Kent in their pursuit of 183 to beat Hampshire. Kent 68 for 1. Zach Crawley on 48 off 25 balls. Kent 68 for 1 as Plum runs away from us. Comes in and bowls to Thomas, who hammers this one straight down the ground. That's going to be 4 runs. Well, he stepped away to the leg side and just hammered the ball over mid-off for 4 runs. It wasn't a beautiful cricket shot, but it was an effective cricket shot, and Thomason picks up a boundary. He goes to 15 off 14, and the Sharks to 37 for 1.
He hasn't particularly timed the ball, apart from one square cut off Quinn. He's not particularly timed the ball, but he's in now, and he needs to capitalise on the rest of this power play to get Sussex somewhere north of 50 inside their 6 overs.
Plum back to his mark. Thomason waits at the far end. Plum running in from the C end of the ground. He's in and bowls. Johnson hands that one away into the covers, but there is no run. Another dot ball. Just looking at that game actually down at the Aegeus Bowl, I think Sussex will want Hampshire to win that game, really, and you want Kent to win. So
well, actually, you look at it, and to be honest, Essex need Hampshire to win all their games apart from the one on Wednesday, because I don't think Hampshire are going to qualify. And in fact, if they lose on Wednesday, they won't qualify. So both these sides would want Hampshire to win that game, but I do think Kent will win it.
Plum runs away from us in glorious afternoon sunshine. He's in and bowls, and Tonneson pulls that down the ground, but again he can't beat the fielder at mid-on, who is Tom Wesley. It is the end of the over, the end of the 5th over, and Sussex Sharks are 37 for 1. McLeod on 1, Thomason on 15. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Gledhill.
Yeah, and it's been good for Essex so far. Plum has bowled particularly nicely. Quinn, that last over, a little bit of a mix, but certainly looking at a good combination so far. This Essex seam attack with Cook, I think, about to come back into it. He bowled the opening over, so Harmer delaying any spin presumably beyond the introduction of the power play, but this has been a good start. 37 for 1, not a bad score, but off 5 overs on a pretty good pitch, and no real timing from the Sussex batsmen, in contrast to the progress of Lawrence and Wesley at this stage, which was quite scintillating. They went up almost 12 and over, 118 in exactly 10 overs was their partnership. Here's Cook coming into bowl, and this is driven by McLeod, but straight to mid-off. So quite a few dot balls being sent down at the moment. 37 for 1.
Yes, when you look at Luke Wright, it shows how invaluable Luke Wright is to Sussex. I mean, his 20 came off just 13 balls with 5 boundaries. He's been in super form, but you know, Sussex have had other people who have stood up. Ray Rawlins has made runs, David Wiestra has made runs, so no need for Sussex to panic just yet.
Not yet, but Essex just on top at the moment as Cook bowls, and that's just run down off the open face, but it goes straight to short fine leg. It's Quinn. Because it gets to him fairly slowly, they know there's a chance to run a single there, which they do, but again it's just a 1 run, and Sussex not quite capitalising on the power play at the moment. 38 for 1.
During the county championship game, Nick, I know you were here for the first 2 days, and the last 2 games we were asking what parents or relatives of the players are watching the game, and Matthew Quinn's parents got in touch, which was very nice. So I don't know if they're listening today.
Here's Cook at 38 for 1. He bowls, and again no real timing from Thomason. He just plays it off the back foot back down the pitch, and Cook fields in his follow through, and this is just adding a little pressure to the Sussex middle orders to come.
And tricky for Aaron Thomason, because it's the first time he's opened the batting for Sussex in T20. He will know that there's a bit of pressure around, and you know, he's trying hard. It's difficult to know what to do, isn't it? Because he knows he's got other stroke makers down the order.
Certainly Essex doing well at this particular stage as Cook bowls, and he hits this now down the ground. That's better, and it goes through straight mid-on for 4. Walter at mid-on had no chance of getting across to that, and hit that pretty straight, just to the onside of straight. It was a slower ball from Cook, but put away nicely for 4 runs, so that will just give Thomason a bit of momentum, but he'd like 1 more boundary, I think, to round off the power play. 42 for 1, and we're 4 balls into the 6th over.
Yeah, just looking at the required run rate is up to 10.9 and over, so let's call that 11 for the sake of argument.
Yes, here is a hit in the air. It's going up beyond mid-on, I think. I don't think this will be a catching chance. It bounces past Walter. He didn't time it at all. Got away with a rather fortunate 2 there. Did Thomason. Skied it, but got it over Walter's head, and therefore no chance of a catch. It fell over his shoulder, pitched between himself as he's running back to the boundary rope. He's hauled it in, and there are just a couple of runs, but he goes to 21, 44 for 1.
Yeah, I think he's decided to go for broke here, Aaron Thomason. He's probably thinking, well, it's virtually the end of the power play. If you finish it off with a boundary, that'll be nice for Sussex.
That would be better, wouldn't it? As here is Cook again, bowls to Thomason, who gets a good one from Cook, which beats him outside the off stump. He was trying to hit that square through the offside, but wasn't really there for the shot. But all told, another pretty good over for Essex. That 44 for 1, no great damage done. 6 overs have gone. So the target 198, so further 154 required in 14 overs at 11 and over, and 9 wickets in hand. Still anybody's game, but Essex looking to push that asking rate up.
Yes, and you're listening to live cricket here on the BBC, BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex, also via the Sussex web stream. If you want to watch the pictures of the game, then please go to the Sussex web stream. The lads will be working feverishly away to make sure you've got pictures of what's going on, and you'll be able to see via those pictures what a glorious afternoon here at Hove. There is literally not a cloud in the sky. For mid-September, the weather is absolutely glorious. What we are going to see is the introduction of Simon Harmer, who's going to come on and bowl its off-spin. He got a lot of friends down here, Simon Harmer, particularly during the Bob Willis Trophy match, where he spent some time with the young Sussex off-spinner Jack Carson before the start of play, and the Sussex spoke very, very highly of Simon Harmer and also some of the young Sussex batsmen. I'll come back in a moment as in comes Harmer and bowls, and forward comes McLeod and plays down the onside of the track, no run. Some of the young Sussex batsmen spoke to Sir Alistair after the game as well. Tom Haynes being one of those, who then went out and made 100 at the Oval and said how good it was.
Rubbed
to
off
speak
then.
to. Yeah, really good. Yeah, absolutely. In comes Harmer over the wicket bowl, shorter, and there's a loud appeal to umpire Gould, who says that's not out, and Sussex will get a couple of leg byes down towards fine leg. Just wait for the umpire's signal. In fact, they were runs.
And that's probably what saved him, inside edge onto the...
Yeah.
Presumably it must have hit the pad, obviously, but inside edge onto the pad and run past Pepper for 2.
2 to McLeod, he goes to 4. Sussex 46 for 1 in the 7th over. Harmer in again, bowls and swept by McLeod. Good shot down to deep mid wicket. There's a fumble and it very nearly allows McLeod to come back for a couple of more runs.
Aaron Nijar just managed to get control of that in the end. He fumbled it, but got control of it before they could seriously think of the second run, so reacted quite well.
Harmer, who does rattle through his overs. He's changing the field now. There are 3 men out on the leg side, 2 on the off. He's just bringing another man into the circle on the leg side. So 2 men in on the onside, 2 on the off, as in comes Harmer and bowls. And that's a big shot by Aaron Thomason. That's 6 runs. That's a really good blow by Thomason. Foot down the wicket. And that was a beautiful shot. Lovely timing over mid wicket for 6 runs. He goes to 27 off 21. And the Sharks to 53 for 1.
Yeah, it's important for Sussex they don't fall too far behind this asking rate, which has gone up to 11s. So just a couple of boundaries in each over needed, and that certainly will help them.
Harmer again on his way in, bowls to Thomason, and Thomason just works this onto the onside. This time takes a single. It's good batting by Aaron Thomason, who's just growing in confidence here. He goes to 28 off 22 deliveries, and the Sharks to 54 for 1.
Yep, so that 6 has just dented Harmer's first over, which had been going pretty much according to plan up to that point.
Harmer in again, bowls, and played into the onside this time by McLeod, and there is no run. He goes to 5, the total to 55 for 1. It's the end of Simon Harmer's first over. I'm going to nip off and do an update to the listeners on BBC Sussex. I'll be with you in a couple of moments.
So 11 and over the requirement, 55 for 1. And yeah, interesting that obviously a lot of powerful batting to come, so these 2 need to keep things moving, even if there's a risk of getting out, which will always be in T20 of course. Essex will be hoping to keep these 2 tied down and therefore create pressure on the middle order batsmen to come. Now Aaron Nijar is going to come on to bowl his first over, and interesting how well his Sussex counterpart Delroy Rawlins did. Very effective 3 overs for 18. If Nijar can match that, it's going to be very important in the context of this game. He's going to bowl to McLeod, who's not really got going yet. 6 from 7 balls, and he'll drive this one away through the mid-on gap up to long on water and collect what will be his 7th run. So 56 for 1, so 142 required. And we're just into the 8th over, being bowled by Nijar. Just the 4 men saving 1, 3 of them on the offside, the rest on the boundary, a flatter one, and this is played between backward point and extra cover through to the sweeper on the deep cover boundary. It's Sam Cook, and 1 more goes to a total. So it's 57 for 1, and again Essex have to win to have any remote chance. Here's Nijar bowling again, and that's driven away on the bounce and gathered in by Harmer. Just actually bounces slightly awkwardly in front of him, but he prevents any runs, and again they're being tied down. Nijar again from the Cromwell Road end bowls. That's hit on the bounce back to Nijar. He gets a hand to it. Wasn't a catching chance. They just get a single. It's another effective over this. Very, very tight. Nijar following the example of Rawlins earlier on with some very effective slow left arm. He comes into bowl to Thomason this time, and Thomason backs away, and again we'll just probably get the 1 run as it goes out to Cook, who comes in very quickly, just running across in front of a scoreboard at deep cover, prevents the second. This is a very good over. 59 for 1. And these 2 mustn't put too much pressure on the middle order to come, you feel, from the Sussex angle. This is a better shot, a sweep shot, but again there's a man on the boundary there at long leg. Just the 1 run. So good pressure cricket that from Aaron Nijar. Really kept that very tight. Very effective over indeed. And it's pushed the asking rate up to 11.5. 60 for 1, McLeod 9 and Thomason 30. 60 for 1 chasing 198, and we've had 8 overs.
Yes, I'm going to do my update in a few minutes, Nick, so I'll do this over from Simon Harmer. A couple of emails come in, one from Jeff Lloyd from a sunny and warm Lancing. Hello Adrian and Nick, an interesting game here. I think Essex must make over 200. He sent this in a little while ago, but thank you Jeff for getting in touch. Yes, at the moment Essex just with their noses in front, you think, because in comes Harmer and bowls, and hit on the pad. That looks very out. Absolutely it's out, playing across the line, and even from this distance Callum McLeod looked absolutely dead in front, and Harmer picks up a wicket, and McLeod is on his way for 9, and the Sharks 60 for 2, now needing to score the best part of 12 and over.
Yeah, and they're going to need that middle order to fire. It may not be the worst thing, that, because McLeod never really threatened to get going, and they couldn't really afford to carry on at that sort of pace for too much longer, and now I think it's a question of whether this strong middle order can really make an impact. But good success for Harmer. Looked a very straightforward decision. And here comes Delray Rawlings.
Yeah, who's the birthday boy? 24 years old today, Delray Rawlings. So happy birthday from everybody here in the commentary box and at Sussex Cricket Club. We've had an email in. I was talking about Matt Quinn, and Matt Quinn's Surrey-based Aunt Susan and Uncle Ian are thoroughly enjoying the game on the commentary, hoping for a long-awaited Essex win, they say. So thank you very much for getting in touch. They were listening to the Championship game, actually, as were quite a lot of the Essex players' other halves and Sussex players. So it's lovely to know that we've got you listening, and maybe you're watching on the Sussex stream, which is excellent. So I hope you're enjoying that.
There's as good a chance of an Essex win here as I think in any of the previous games, but it's just a question of whether they can keep taking regular wickets.
So Simon Harmer's going to come into Delray Rawlings, who made a very good 63, I think it was, not out on Saturday down at Canterbury, and batted beautifully. And big responsibility here for Delray, as in comes Harmer and bowls, and Rawlings is forward to that first ball and just plays it in front of it. It's a dot ball, and there is no run. So 60 for 2, the required run rate up to 11.8 and over for Sussex. Thomason on 30 off 24. As Harmer is already back to his mark and is in around the wicket to the left-handed Delray Rawlings. He's in and bowls, and Rawlings works this one onto the onside. They're going to take one, they'll look for 2. They'll need to be very quick between the wickets, and there really wasn't a second run there. And good fielding coming in. Who's that out there, Nick?
I think was it Lawrence just moving across in front of Plum?
Right, very good bit of fielding, just prevented the second run. It's quite difficult to run 2s here at Hove, and the fielders have to really be on their toes, as Harmer again has now got these 2 men back deep on the leg side, and in comes Harmer again around the over the wicket rather. Bowls to Thomason, who works that down to long on. He goes to 31. Aaron Thomason off 25 deliveries, and the Sharks to 62 for 2. The required run rate now up to exactly 12 and over.
None of the power hitting that we saw earlier though from Lawrence and Wesley.
Harmer again. He's in round the wicket, bowls to Rawlings, who's forward and plays it straight back down the track. They need to hurry there. Harmer gets in the front. I think Rawlings may well be out. Well, I'm not sure Ian Gould could see.
Had his back to it.
Yeah, he did, and Simon Harmer's got his head in his hands, and well, there's no way Ian Gould could have told, and the Essex players are looking, and I think Simon Harmer's saying, well, how can you possibly make a decision, because the throw came in from Simon Harmer, it was off his own bowling, he threw the ball at the stumps. Ian Gould, to be fair, was running to a position where he could see at square leg, but in doing so the ball hit the stumps. Well, we've no way of telling whether that was out or not. But in comes Harmer again, over the wicket, bowls, Thomason is forward, drills that one through the onside, picks up another single, he goes to 31, it is the end of the over, 64 for 2, Rawlings on 2, Thomason on 32. I just need to nip off and do this up.
Well, I mean, that was fascinating, wasn't it, because Gould had his back to the action. Obviously we are not square on by any stretch of the imagination, but the reaction of Harmer was that he thought he had his man there, and almost he might have been suggesting to Rawlings that he should walk, but I don't think it went quite that far, but that could have been a very important moment. But Essex certainly on top here, And it's a complete contrast between the two innings. At this stage, Lawrence and Wesley were hitting it absolutely everywhere, and Sussex just cannot do the same thing. It's a really good bowling performance from Essex, but this is better. This has gone over the head of deep mid-wicket, and belatedly and much needed six there from Thomason. Sussex had to get moving here, and they picked up the first ball of Aaron Nijar's new over in the shape of Thomason and hit it for six over deep mid-wicket. So, are they on the move finally? 38, 70 for two, the target 198, the asking rate just under 12s, and Sussex need a big over to get some momentum here, because Essex at the moment are on top, and they bowled very well, but that's the first sign of danger. A six off a first ball and one over as here Nijar bowls, and it's a complete miscue from Thomason, and he gets a fortunate single just run down off an inside edge down to plumb at short fine leg, and there's one to a total. Kent are going to beat Hampshire 117 for 1 in the 11th over. Crawley is 78 not out from 38 balls, so that will certainly put Kent in a even better position in the group. It's a real tough contest to get out of this group. It'll take them up to 10 points. Sussex will overtake them if they win this game, but on that occasion there was an attempted slog sweep from Rawlins, and he was beaten by a bit of turn from the left arm spin of Aaron Nijar. Almost got his man there.
Yeah, he did. Email in from Julian, who's listening. Hello Julian, good friend of BBC Sussex and of Sussex Cricket Club. I'll read his email in a minute.
71 for 2, and Nijar bowls, and that his hit in the air but safe, and he's really placed that well, Rawlins, because he actually made a mess of the shot off the previous delivery, but he actually went for the same stroke again, a sort of slog sweep, and this time he did middle it, and not only that, he placed it between deep mid-wicket and long on before. 75 for 2 in the 10th.
Yeah, was a good shot by Rawlins, and so he batted beautifully on Saturday, and he'll want to take that confidence into this innings. In fact, Luke Wright was talking about Del Rey after the innings and saying how he wants to hit every ball for six, but clearly he can't, and he played well within himself. He'll need some big blows here because Sussex are up against it.
123 to win, and Rawlins here, cover drives, good shot. That's going to be 4. That's a better over for Sussex, because it started with the 6 and it's ended with well, there's still one ball to go, I think, but there's 2 4-4s, so suddenly Sussex have got a big over, which they really needed to steal some sort of momentum here. 79 for 2. Expensive over from Nijar, who bowls again, and Rawlins has appeal for LBW. That's going to be close, but it's going to be 2 runs that will probably leg bys. Plum chasing back, no, it's gone for 4. So it's 4 leg bys, and that's turned out to be a very expensive over. No blame at all to Nijar for last ball, but that one sped away down the hill here and has gone for 4 leg bys. So we've had a 6, we've had 2 boundary falls off the bat, and helping a 4 leg bys, and suddenly, with 8 wickets in hand, that big over has really sort of equalled things up here, because Sussex now are 83 for 2. We need a further 115 at 11 and a half and over, but with 8 wickets in hand, I think it's back as an even game.
Yeah, absolutely, I think it is, and those 4 leg bys were a bit of a bonus at the end of the over there for Sussex. So yeah, Julian, thanks for getting in touch. He was speculating about the cricket today. What a day if you could have gone to the cricket and then off to the football at the Amex this evening, but sadly no fans at either, as in comes Harmer over the wicket, bowls to Thomason, he's down the wicket driving, but Harmer fields of his own bowling, not timed by Thomason, and there is no run. The Sharks are 83 for 2, needing another 115 to win in 10 overs. They need to score 11.7 and over. Harmer in again, over the wicket bowls, Thomason down the wicket driving, and he's going to get at least 1 as Walter is very quickly around the boundary just down below us at long on and gets in the throw, but it's 2 more to Aaron Thomason. He goes to 41 off 30 deliveries, and he's doing a good job for Sussex. His debut opening the innings in T20 cricket, brought in with Phil Saltaway with England, as in comes Harmer again bowls, and Thomason pulls that back, got a square on the leg side. More runs here, at least 1 or possibly 2. Yes, indeed, there are 2. As the throw comes in from deep backward square. So Thomason goes to 43 off 31. The Sharks to 87 for 2. Thomason
starting to get things moving now.
Yeah, he is. Harmer. Gould just holds out his arm just for a moment as Simon Harmer is in again over the wicket, bowls to Thomason, who pulls this one away on the leg side, but he's going to be caught. Oh, he should have been caught. He should have been caught really by Nijar, who's down at Cowell corner. I think he was a little late picking it up. It was right to him, He dived forward and caught it on the bounce, but I'm not so sure that wasn't a chance.
No, he didn't have to move that far, did he?
No.
Didn't quite judge it correctly, that one.
I think that was a chance.
Yeah.
88 for 2. Thomason goes to 44. Harmer in again. Bowls to Rawlings, and that's gone high, wide, and many a mile. And Delray Rawlings smashes Simon Harmer straight back over his head for 6 runs. That's a big blow by Delray. He goes to 16, and the Sharks to 94 for 2. And a couple of really good overs here for Sussex.
Yeah, now Thomason's a bit of a hit and miss at the moment, but Rawlings is looking very dangerous, I have to say, from an Essex point of view. He looks like a man who's just had a match-winning score behind him. That was a beautiful, clean strike off Simon Harmer.
16 off 8 for Rawlings. In comes Harmer again, round the wicket, bowling to Rawlings. That's short, pulled away by Rawlings to deep mid-wicket. He picks up a single. He goes to 17 off 9 deliveries. The Sharks to 95 for 2, I should say, at the end of the 11th over. Rawlings on 17, Thomason on 44. This partnership now worth 35 between these two. So Sussex needing 103 off of 9 overs, and the required run rate is 11.4. This could be a really good finish.
Well, I say with a very similar score. The game was won by Surrey off the last ball on Friday. 195 for Essex, then 197 today. And what Sussex have done is made sure that asking rate has not gone appreciably above 11. So they're doing well at the moment against the Essex spinners, but they need to carry on that. Rawlings dangerous on 17, faces up to Nijar, goes for the big hit, well bowled there from Nijar, and I wonder as the throw comes in from Pepper, who's come around from behind the stumps, how important that incident, where I suspect Rawlings probably was run out, but umpire Gould was in no position to give it with his back to the play. Had it gone to a third umpire referral in a televised game, I suspect Rawlings would have been on his way. Is that going to be a crucial moment in this match, and indeed could it be the thing that finishes Essex off in the competition? We wait to see. 96 for 2, target 198. As here's a stroke off the back foot and hit away down towards deep square leg for a single. Delport's come on at the Cromwell Road end, so just a little bit of lesser pace. So but certainly getting after the spinners, taking off Nijar and putting on Delport. Just the one run there, seeing if that will make a difference after that expensive Nijar over. Comes in again, not too... Oh, full toss, and actually Rawlings misses out on it, and he'll be annoyed with himself. He hit it up to long off for a single, but he missed out on a full toss there. Surprised him, and he would have been hoping to have hit that. I think he was trying to hit that away through straight mid-wicket, but it got onto him a bit quicker than he was expecting. 98 for 2, but so far it's been an effective start from Delport. After a couple of expensive overs of spin, this is hit away in the air by Thomason out towards deep mid-wicket on the bounce. Just going to be the one run, so it's turning out to be an effective over. Just what Essex needed after those 2 fairly expensive overs, just to keep a lid on things. So Rawlings 19, Thomason 46, good partnership. Last wicket fell at 60, they put on 39, 99 for 2, halfway to the target, but more than halfway through the overs. As here, another effective delivery, but actually Rawlings has squeezed it away wide of backward point for 4, and that's the boundary that Sussex really needed from the over that they've been struggling to get. It's been an effective over from Delport so far, and but that's just helped the Sussex cause, just squeezing that one away off the open face wide of Wesley at backward point and away for 4 to third man. 103 for 2, chasing 198. Delport bowls again. Oh, that one's left alone by... It's going to be signalled a wide. He must have known that was going to be a wide. It's outside the off stumps. You never know, but it is signalled a wide. So Delport replacing Nijar, got a pretty effective over here, but still that asking rate remaining around about 11.5, and Sussex will settle with that 8 wickets in hand. Here is a effective stroke from Rawlings, but it goes only straight out to Cook at deep backward square leg and just gets the single. Not a bad over that from Delport at all. But still, Sussex now with 8 wickets in hand will feel fairly comfortable with their position, with some strong strikers to come in, Bisa and Bopara, of course, should he come off. 105 for 2. There are 8 overs to go. They need a further 93. It's still at 11.6.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex, and live via the Sussex Cricket Club stream. If you want to click on the Sussex website and follow the link, you can pick up the pictures here at Hove. And as Nick says, could be in for an exciting finish. 93 needed off 8. The required run rate is 11.6. Jack Plom is coming back into the attack for Essex. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Delray Rawlings, who's on 24 off of just 13 deliveries. Birthday boy Delray Rawlings, 24 today. He surveys the field. He'll see there are 3 saving 1 on the offside, 1 on the leg side, and 3 men guarding that leg side boundary where Rawlings is particularly strong. Plom is on his way. Right arm over the wicket, running away from us at the C end of the ground. He's in on bowls, and that's down the leg side. And is that going to be signalled a wide? Yes, it is. Delray Rawlings looked at Ian Gould, and I don't think Plom is desperately impressed, but my initial feeling was that that's probably, down the leg side. The umpires are always likely to give those as a wide, and indeed that does happen.
Well, Essex supporters might be thinking that Rawlings is asking for too much of Ian Gould, because he's already had his back to him when he was run out. But no, it probably was a wide. It was down the leg side, but Plum a very good first 2 overs for just 9. Can he carry on?
Runs away from us again. He's in on bowls, and Rawlings hammers this one. And is that going to be quarter? Is it going to be 6? I think it's going to be 6 runs. The ball just sails over the head of Dan Lawrence, who's fielding down there at wide-ish mid-on. I thought for a moment that Lawrence was going to catch it, but it just carried the boundary, and another big blow by Delray Rawlings. He's really strong in that area. He goes to 30 off 14 deliveries, and the Sharks to 112 for 2. Required run rate down to 11 and over.
And this is the thing now for Plum, because of the relatively inexperienced bowler. He'll think that was a pretty good delivery, a length ball, but Rawlings has hit it for 6. Crucial moments here. Rawlings could be absolutely key.
Plum runs away from us again. He's in on bowls, and Rawlings smashes that away. It's going to be 6 more. Yes, it is. Over the head of Simon Harmer, who's down here at long on. Back-to-back 6s for Delray Rawlings. He goes to 36 off just 15 deliveries. And the Sharks to 118 for 2, and now the required run rate is down to 10.4 and over.
So Adrian, now they've got the rate in this over, and we've only had 2 deliveries. So there's a real bonus chance here for Sussex to really eat into that required rate, which was sitting at 11.6 as the over started. They've already got that from the first 2 balls. Well, actually got 13 if you count the wide.
I'm not sure what's happening here. It's mid-over, and Aaron Thomason is asking for a drink. That's a strange time to have a drink, isn't it? With 2 balls left in there. Well, now Rawlings is getting a drink as well. That's very odd.
Is the umpire being offered one?
Well, why would you have drinks now? 2 balls into an over. That's bizarre. Unless, of course, there are a certain amount of overs that have to elapse in between sanitizer breaks. So presumably you don't have to wait until the end of the over, which does seem
a bit odd.
Very odd. Anyway, that's what's happening. So we've got a break in play halfway through an over for the...
What it has done is given Harmer a chance to have a chat with Plum, because this is now big, because he's bowled 2 very good overs for 9, but he's inexperienced, only his second first team game for Essex. Effectively he's gone for 13 off the first 2 balls of this over, and anything Sussex get from here is a bonus. What Plum can do, of course, to really drag things back would be to get Rawlings out, and that could be a crucial moment in the game, and that's going to have to be his thinking here. Walter, good to see Walter also offering some encouragement to the young bowler.
This partnership now worth 58 between these 2, as in comes Plom, bowls to Rawlings, and Rawlings looks to pull that one towards mid-wicket, and that whistles through to keeper Pepper, and there is... Now Ian Gould is signalling...
It's the 1 for the over.
1 for the over. I thought for a minute he was signalling a no ball and a free hit, but he's wandering down the wicket and just watching, I think, where Jack Plom is just landing his feet on the follow-through.
Very choice of delivery that from Plum, because it could, there was a risk of it being a wide, but in the end it was a legitimate delivery. There was a man on the fine leg boundary who might have been encouraging Rawlings to go on the hook there, possibly a miscue.
Plum's coming around the wicket now to Delray Rawlings. He's in on bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and I think that won't be a wide, because Delray Rawlings had taken a step away to the leg side, and the ball goes through to keeper Pepper. On this occasion, umpire Gould decides indeed that is not a wide. So 2 dot balls, good reply from Plum.
Well, that little break has perhaps helped Plum. Unscheduled breaks at 2 balls into the over. 2 dot balls since. Can he finish it off here? Rawlings desperate to get after him, you feel?
118 for 2. Rawlings on 36 off 17 deliveries. He waits as Plum is in again around the wicket, bowled short, and that wasn't a great delivery. The ball, well, it was a slow delivery. It hit Delray Rawlings, I think, round about the thigh pad, and bounced into the leg side, and maybe a ball that Delray will probably be annoyed he didn't hammer that one away for 4, but it's a dot ball, so 3 dot balls in a row, and the required run rate is now up to 11.2
it's almost back to where it was at the start of the over, and all credit to Plummer. I'll give him a little bit more credit there, because he's actually through with the shot, Rawlins there, and so the slower ball, and almost as I think the slower ball bouncer there. It's been a very, very good response from Jack Plum. This.
One ball remaining in the over as Plum comes around the wicket to bowl to Delray Rawlins. He's in and bowls, and Rawlins hammers that one. You probably heard straight down the ground to mid-on, fielded by Simon Harmer. It's just a single to Rawlins. I think Sussex will be happy enough with that. Rawlins will retain the strike. He's on 37. Thomason is on 46. Sussex are 119 for 2. They need another 79 to win in 7 overs. At a rate of 11.3. If you want to watch the pictures here from Hove, go to the Sussex Cricket Club website, click on the links. But you're listening to live commentary on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Gledhill.
So Delport bowled that 1 over for 10, replacing Nijar, who's bowled 2 overs for 20. And now it's going to be Dan Lawrence, who was the star earlier with the bat. 119 for 2, 7 overs to go, 79 required. And Lawrence going to bowl his very unorthodox spin with a twirl of the arms. He bowls, that's hit in the air, it's going to be caught. He's completely miscued that, and Rawlins has gone, caught by Wesley. He got caught in about 3 minds of what to do with that. He sort of backed away in his crease. I think he was trying to think about hitting it to over short fine leg, but in the end he's just got, I think, the top of the bat to it, and it's fallen gently into the hands of Tom Wesley. That could be a really important moment, because Rawlins was looking dangerous with his 37 from 19 balls, but he's gone, and an immediate success for Dan Lawrence. It's looking like it could be his day, and maybe a day just to keep Essex in contention in this competition. 119 for 3.
Yes, and Rawlins had looked terrific, hadn't he? 2 sixes in the previous over. Change of bowling has done the trick. He's desperately disappointed. On his birthday, Delray Rawlins would have been hoping that this was going to be his day. He bowled very tidily. But he's on his way. Still plenty of batting to come for Sussex, and the next man in, David Visa, has been in cracking form in this competition, coming in to join Aaron Thomason. But of course the situation now, when you're coming in, there's not a lot of time to look at the bowling here. I mean, still needing 11 and over. Just looking at the situation down at the Ageas Bowl, where Kent are 162 for 2, just needing 21 off of 5 overs to win against Hampshire. Zach Crawley, 106 not out off 52 balls with 14 fours and 2 sixes.
Yeah,
that's a big innings.
The second match he's won for Kent against Hampshire in the space of about a week, because he did much the same in the Kent second innings. It was a very even game between the two sides until Crawley got going in that 4-day game, and he's handing out similar treatment to Hampshire today. Hampshire won't qualify, but bat result not particularly good for either of these two sides, but Sussex won't be too worried if they lose this. They've still got games to come, of course, but they're hoping to win this from here still, as Lawrence bowls, and that's hit in the air, out towards wide, long on, bounces just short of water, and they get through for a single. So it's been an interesting start with Lawrence's bowling. There's a few things happening. We had the wicket, and then a bit of a miscue from Thomason, but he hit it wide of long on. Could easily have hit it straight down Walter's throat there, but it didn't. 120 for 3. So 78 required. We're in the 14th over. 2 balls into the 14th over. And Lawrence is now going to bowl to a new man, Visa, and he drives pleasantly on the bounce straight to cover. There's Cameron Delport. It's a very good start from Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, and you watch the runs required per over. It was 11.7 before that ball. It's now up to 12. It's gone up by 0.3 with just 1 ball.
Yeah, which just shows the pressure to keep the scoreboard moving. As Lawrence bowls to Visa, who gets a delivery which is going to be a wide outside leg stump. He just got inside the line, realising he was going to get the call in his favour. 121 for 3. We're halfway through the 14th over, so 6 overs and 3 balls to get 77 with 7 wickets in hand. Still very evenly poised, but Essex have bowled well. Lawrence goes round the wicket and bowls, and this is hit away. Oh, it just a little bit of losing his balance there mid wicket. It goes out towards deep mid wicket for a single, but fielder there, and it was Simon Harmer. I think he just fell to his right and lost his balance. Yeah, otherwise he probably would have stopped that. 122 for 3, but it is just a single. It's been a very good first over from Lawrence. So 2 balls left. Can he prevent the boundary? 122 for 3. Target 198, 14th over. And here is, this is hit in the air. It's going to be caught at short third man, and it is by Matt Quinn. And that is the end of Thomason. A bit of a hit and miss innings, but he's been there since the start. He goes for 47. It's 122 for 4. Expecting Bopara next. And, well, you wonder what is going to happen. Essex still keeping themselves in contention for a win which just will keep their hopes alive. But probably just about favourites at the moment with those 2 quick wickets. 122 for 4.
Well, it's a good innings by Aaron Thomason. 47 off 36 deliveries, 3 fours and 2 sixes. But I just wonder, with every respect to Aaron Thomason, in this position, Sussex have now got 2 very experienced batsmen at the crease. Ravi Bopara, I'm still been itching up on the balcony to come in and bat, and he's got enough time now with 6 overs to go. He and David Visa, so 2 really experienced players out there. But Sussex will need one of these 2 now to still be there at the end. If one of these 2 is still there, you'd think Sussex have got, you know, a good chance of winning this game. George Garton, Ben Brown, Ollie Robinson, the recognised batsmen to come, but you feel now that this is an absolutely key stand between these 2. But Bopara not with a lot of time to have a look at the bowling, although of course he'll know much about the Essex bowling anyway.
So Bopara batting against Essex at 122 for 4. Dan Lawrence is going to bowl to him, and he plays a nice looking stroke just up towards extra cover, doesn't collect a run. What a very good over from Dan Lawrence, and what a good match he's having. So the end of Thomason for 47. Straightforward catch for Matt Quinn there. 122 for 4. That asking rate has been pushed up above 12 noticeably for the first time. 12.7 it is now. 76 required off 6 with 6 wickets left.
Yes, and Simon Harmer is going to bowl the next over from this sea end of the ground. Essex in their yellow shirts but with blue sleeves and navy blue trousers. Sussex in their lighter blue shirts and dark trousers. And it's going to be Simon Harmer. 3 overs so far for... I'll give you his figures in a moment. He comes in and bowls to Visa, who clubs that. That's got miles and miles and miles over deep mid-wicket for 6 runs. That's a... Well, David Visa has been in brilliant form in this competition, and he just deposited that over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Glorious shot by the South African. He goes to 7 off 3 deliveries, and the Sharks to 128 for 4. That's a big blow from Visa.
Yeah, Harmer's first 3 overs went for 27. If he can just go at 9s in this over, he'll be pleased. He's got a bit of work to do to achieve that now, with the first ball going for 6.
Yeah, and there's some guys over on the block of flats away to our right-hand side who are just looking down to see where that ball went. I think it has been retrieved, is it? I'm not sure it is actually. I think one of the Essex backroom staff has gone over there to try and find the ball. Oh, we have got it back. Or Ian Gould has found another ball anyway. We're going to be getting underway. Sorry for the noise of the work going on in the background on our effects mic, as Harmer is in again, bowls to Visa. Visa cuts that one hard to backward point. A good bit of fielding there actually. Awful throw comes in, but it's well backed up. That was who's that now? Matt Quinn. Well, it was a good bit of fielding because he was going one way and the ball then seemed to spin away from him. It was a good stop, but not a great throw, but nonetheless just a single.
Essex supporters will be secretly hoping here that Bopara can run Visa out.
In comes Harmer in bowls, and Bopara swings and he gets the thickest outside edge down towards fine leg. Tom Wesley is in hot pursuit. They've taken his run away for 4 runs. That's a boundary to Ravi Bopara. He didn't mean that to go there, no, but it's 11 off the first 3 balls of the over.
So, yep, and that gives Sussex power to add. You don't want this asking rate to get too much higher. You can cope with 12s when you've got 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, and these 2 will know that when you've got 11 off 3, you need to go mad off the final 3 balls, as in comes Harmer again, bowls, and Bopara tucks that one onto the leg side and gives the strike back to David Visa. Bopara goes to 5, and the Sharks 134 for 4.
Bopara scores so far 1, 4, 8, 18, 14, 14 not out, albeit in a winning cause, that 14 not out.
Yeah, Canterbury on Saturday. Harmer in again, bowls to Visa right up in the block. It's good bowling by Simon Harmer. And Visa looking to drill that one down the ground. Harmer fielded off his own bowling. There is no run. 134 for 4. Visa on 8. The final ball of Harmer's final over of the match. He's in. Around the wicket bowls, and Visa clubs that one away over extra cover. That's going to be another boundary to David Visa. Made room for himself, clubbed it away. Lovely shot by David Visa, who's in terrific form. He goes to 17. The Sharks to 138 for 4. Sussex needing 60 to win off the final 5 overs. That tells you they need 12 and over to win this match, with 2 very experienced campaigners at the crease.
Yeah, I mean, if Sussex don't win this game, I think you might just sort of query the batting order a little bit, and they did get a bit stuck with that period with McLeod and Thomason, certainly after Luke Wright got out. Whether that's going to have a final impact on the game, we will wait and see. The indications from David Visa is he's still got enough time to drag things around. He played very well there, 138 for 4.
And you're listening to listeners to 5 Live Sports Extra joining us as well, Nick.
Welcome to you. It's been a very entertaining game here as Nijar bowls, and that's a full toss, and it's driven out just too long on for a single. So, match situation is that, well, Essex have got to win this game to have any chance, and even then it's very remote. And Sussex battling it out with Kent at the top of the table, who look like winning at the Aegeus today. 139 for 4, 59 runs are required. There's 4 overs and 5 balls to go, and this is Nijar bowling to Visa, who drives pleasantly down the ground for 4, just past the bowler's outstretched right hand, and he's hit 3 boundaries in quick succession, and you already get the feeling that for Essex to win they had to get the very in-form David Visa out, and fairly quickly. 143 for 4.
Well, he's in terrific form. He's 16 off 7 deliveries, Nick, and you're quite right, the required run rate down to 11.8 and over.
Nijar left arm spin, going around the wicket from the Cromwell Road end, flatter one, and Visa off the back foot just punches it away, having hit the 4. He's happy to take the single out towards Sam Cook, and so once again Boparo, who hasn't had much of a strike so far, comes into play. 4 balls for his 6. What's he got in store against his long-term old county as he goes onto the back foot and flicks it away through mid-wicket and just collects a single. Just get the feeling that these two, if they can stay together, Adrian, they've got this sort of measured, haven't they? They've got the ability, they've got the know-how, they've got the experience, they've got the talent, and Essex will need to break this partnership before too much more damage is done. 2 balls left of the 16th over, 53 to win, and Visa with a pleasant looking drive, but this time straight to extra cover and no run, so a good comeback here from Nijar, having been hit for the boundary.
Yes, Sussex to do with a boundary here, Nick. The runs required up to 12.7 and over.
145 for 4, 53 required off 4 overs and 1 ball, and Visa hits it down the ground up towards long on. 1 bounce to Walter, who fields in the end quite comfortably. Outstretched left hand, tall man, and well, in the end, not too bad an over for Essex. There was the 4, but it's left the asking rate at 13 with 6 wickets in hand. You still say it's anybody's game, I think, particularly with these two at the crease. Visa 18 and Bopara 7, 146 for 4, 52 required off 4 at 13s.
Listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex and 5 Live Sports Extra. If you're just joining us, a very warm welcome. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Gledhill on the most glorious afternoon here on the south coast. Not a cloud in the sky, and what a finish we've got to this game. For those who've just joined us, we saw a wonderful innings earlier on today from Dan Lawrence. He made 81 in just 44 balls with 6 4s and 6 6s, and at one stage Essex were motoring on 120 for 1 in the 12th over. Sussex dragged it back, Delray Rawlings picking up a couple of wickets, and Mike Pepper eventually making 34 not out for Essex as they reached 197 for 5 in their 20 overs. Sussex losing Luke Wright earlier on. He made 20, the Sussex skipper. Aaron Thomason on his debut in T20 cricket for Sussex making 47. Delray Rawlings a quick-fire 37 off just 20 balls, including 3 sixes, but it's come down to 52 needed off 4 overs, and the first of those 4 overs will be bowled by Paul Walter in his yellow Essex top with blue sleeves and blue trousers. He's coming into bowl to the South African David Visa, who's on 18 of 10 deliveries. Walter is in and bowls, and Visa hammers that away through backward point. It's a boundary off the very first ball of the innings, and without a third man, that was wide of the off stump, and Visa was able to carve that one away through backward point for a boundary. He goes to 22 off 11. The 150 is up for Sussex, 150 for 4, needing another 48 to win.
Sussex a happy knack of getting boundaries, whether it's a 4 or a 6 off the first ball of the over. They've done that quite frequently. Just taken the pressure off the batting side.
Yeah, and Walter, rather belatedly, has decided to move Matt Quinn down to third man, and he's brought his long off Simon Harmer inside the circle, as in comes Walter running away from us. He's in and bowls to Visa, and Visa looks to carve that one away again down towards third man, but the ball rattles through to keeper Pepper, and there is no run. A dot ball, the required run rate up to 13.1 and over.
Yes, 48 off 22. Still anybody's game really, but a wicket for Essex here would be very, very handy.
Walter is on his way, coming in past umpire Gould. He's in and bowls to David Visa, and Visa that's short, and Visa looking to pull that one away on the leg side, and it's deemed to be a wide by Ian Gould. It wasn't too far down the leg side, but far enough.
Yep.
So an extra ball, and Walter just can't afford to concede additional runs here. 151 for 4.
No, it looks slightly aggrieved, but it was down leg side, so correct call.
As Walter is on his way in again from this, the C end of the ground. Bowls to Visa. Visa pulls that one away on the leg side. It's just going to be the single, I think, though. Fielder let here by Dan Lawrence, who gets in the throw to Keeper Pepper. So 1 to Visa. He goes to 23 or 13. The Sharks to 152 for 4, needing another 46 to win in 21 deliveries. Earlier on, Kent on course to beat Hampshire down at the Aegeus Bowl in the other match in the South Group. As in comes Walter, bowls, and Bopara drills this down the ground, but he's going to be caught down below us, and it's a very fine catch by Jack Plom, and Ravi Bopara, against his old county, has holed out. He drilled it down the ground, and Plom, it was straight down his throat. It was going at a fair rate of lots, but a routine catch for Jack Plom, and Ravi Bopara is on his way for just 7. He hasn't really fired with the bat for Sussex in this competition, and that's a big blow for the Eagles. Sussex now 152 for 4. Bopara on his way for 7, so 46 now needed for Sussex to win, and they've got another 20 balls in which to get them. That's a big wicket, Nick.
Yeah, it certainly has been Visa who's been causing the damage, but getting rid of Bopara, well, what a moment that is for so many reasons. Yes, Bopara just has not fired for Sussex at all. It's interesting it was Jack Plom, perhaps the player on the Essex side who knows least about, of course, what Bopara has meant to Essex, and he's a newcomer. He just took that catch so nonchalantly. It was a brilliant take right down in front of us, just judged it perfectly. And you almost feel as if it had been one of the more experienced Essex players, as if thinking, oh, this is Bopara, I've got to make sure I catch this. And Plom, of course, a newcomer, perhaps had the advantage there. Just took it in his stride, got into line, and a beautifully judged catch, and that could be a very big moment.
The new batsman is George Garton, the left-hander. Just to reiterate, down at the Aegeus Bowl, Kent have won by 8 wickets against Hampshire, chasing down 182 for the loss of just 2 wickets. Zach Crawley 108 in 54 balls with 14 fours and 2 sixes. Kent 183 for 2, winning by 8 wickets. In comes Walter, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Garton, who with a play and a miss outside of the off stump, and the ball rattles through to Keeper Pepper, and there is no run.
It's not a good result for Essex in terms of their faint chances of qualification. The most points they can get is 10 by winning the last 4 games. Kent now go to 10 points. They lead the group.
Yes, they do.
Sussex on 9. Surrey play Middlesex tonight, already have 8.
In comes Walter again, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Garton again with a swing and a miss, but it's going to run away for 4 runs, and that's poor wicket keeping by Pepper. That's going to be 4 byes, and he kicks away at the floor, does Mike Pepper. He's really annoyed with himself, and so he should be. Bonus runs for Sussex at the end of the over. The Sharks are 156 for 5. Visa on 23 off 13 deliveries. George Garton yet to score. So the equation, Sussex needing 42 to win off of 18 deliveries. They need to score at exactly 14 and over here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex, 5 Live Sports Extra. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Gledhill.
Well, when Essex very narrowly lost to Surrey on Friday, perhaps the key delivery was a no ball by Aaron Beard. So if you like, a bit of a mistake by the bowler. In this case, it could be a mistake by the wicketkeeper. We'd rather let that one through. Adam Wheater, we should point out to our Sports Extra listeners, not available due to family reasons. He's been in great form both with the gloves and with the bat. So Michael Pepper deputising, but making a mistake there. So we now have a situation with Quinn coming into bowl at 156 for 5. That's a full toss, and it's rather taken. Well, it took Visa by surprise, but also it signals a no ball because it was going down as a wide, because it was going down the leg side. So, in the end, not a particularly effective delivery because it is signalled a wide, but it's certainly, I think, a bit of a surprise package that. But it does produce an extra ball, and that could yet be important. So, takes that target down to 41 from 18. Just lost control of that slightly. Did Quinn. Comes in to bowl to Visa again. Visa gets another full length delivery and just flicks it away off his pads for just a single, I think, out towards Nijar at deep backward square leg, so just the one goes to a total there. 158 for 5, 40 from 17. Matt Quinn, bit of a mix so far. He's bowled some very effective deliveries, but just the occasional extra run being given away as well.
Just to say, the other matches coming up tonight, and you can hear them on the BBC. Middlesex against Surrey at Lords, that one starting at 6:15 this evening. Then a local derby up in the north of England. The Roses match, Yorkshire against Lancashire at Leeds. That one's starting at 7:25 as the T20 competition really hots up into the final few matches. It's going to be a great week. If the weather's like this, it could be a terrific week of cricket here.
So 158 for 5, cloudless skies, temperature in the high 20s here at Hove. Shadows just taking effect, and Quinn coming in to bowl to Garton. Garton getting one right up into the block hole. Very good delivery from Quinn, and just the one run. It isn't just a leg by, but that's useful for Essex at this point. And Quinn, despite that wide off the first ball, has responded well, and 159 for 5 means 39 now required from 16 deliveries.
And you feel that David Wiese absolutely key here for Sussex. He's batted so well, a wonderful innings at Lords just over a week ago, and he's capable, David Wiese, of carrying Sussex over the line here.
Yeah, 39 from 16 as Quinn bowls to him, and Wiese hits that an awful long way. That's going out towards deep mid wicket and well over
out the ground.
And he may well have, I was going to say, he may well have hit that actually clean over the stands, and I think you're right, Adrian. Fantastic hit. Now he has been over pitching a bit, Quinn, occasionally. He had the full toss at the start of the over, and he's gone into the same trap, but in that case the batsman was waiting for him and absolutely middled it, and it's 165 for 5. And just when you thought Essex were edging ahead, Wiese has hit another boundary, and you have to say that Essex need to get Wiese out to win this game.
Well, that has gone many a mile. I've seen some big hits at this ground down the years, and that match has ended, and that's cleared at the grandstand. For those of you who know Hove, over on the members' side, the grandstand, it's gone way over the roof and into the gardens behind. That's a massive blow by David Wiese.
So 33 now required off 15. Another boundary in this over would be very useful from a Sussex point of view. 2 would be absolute gold dust. As Wiese gets a slower ball, that's well bowled by Quinn. It's a real mix from him. I think he's actually, just wait for the umpire signal, it's a leg by.
Hit him on the helmet, I think.
And it's gone down to short third man. I think he's okay, but he'll have to have just the odd check just to make sure. He's just taken the helmet off here, Wiese. It was a delivery that was very well executed from Quinn. It was like a slower ball bouncer, misjudged by Wiese, played the ball too soon, came off the helmet, given us a leg by 1, and now because of course he's been hit on the helmet, he has to have the usual checks to make sure he's okay. But it's been a real mix from Quinn. He's been bowling the fuller length deliveries. He then bowled a very effective slower ball which bounced up awkwardly and certainly caught Wiese by surprise, but he's got a leg by from it. We think he's just having some precautionary checks. I don't think there's anything to worry about, but 32 from a further 14 deliveries. As I say, it's still very nicely poised. Essex will be looking to keep Wiese away from the strike.
Well, they certainly will, and he's just being checked out by the Sussex medical team down towards the pavilion. It's doing the routine checks just to fill the listeners in who are joining us on 5 Day Sports Extra, or indeed on BBC Radio Essex and BBC Radio Sussex. An extraordinary Essex innings really, because the first 2 overs they lost Cameron Delport, who was caught behind off the bowling of Ollie Robinson for 1, and after 2 overs Essex were 2 for 1, and then an extraordinary partnership between Dan Lawrence, who made 81 off of 44 balls with 6 4s and 6 6s, and Tom Westley, who made 39 off 25 balls including 3 4s and 2 6s. That pairing added 118 in just 9 overs with some incredible hitting, and at one stage at 120 for 1 it looked very much as if Essex were destined for a total well in excess of 200, but they closed on 197 for 2. The good news is that David Wiese is restored. He's at the non-striker's end, and Matthew Quinn can carry on his over, Nick.
So it's 32 from 14, 166 for 5, a target 198. Sussex looking to go back to the top of the table. They'll leapfrog Kent if they can do so. As here, another slower ball, beautifully bowled, and there Garton backed away, and he actually, the ball went between him and the stumps as it was outside the leg stump, well disguised by Quinn.
And George Garton has now faced 4 deliveries without scoring a run, so the pressure building here on George Garton, and I'm sure the tactic must be to get Wiese on strike. 30 off 16 deliveries.
So here, a single to Garton would be no bad thing from an Essex point of view. And he can hit it anywhere on the leg side, and he's got one, because there's nobody saving a single on the leg side. But that's a problem for Sussex. Garton not yet firing. 32 from 13. Here's Quinn bowling to him. He hits it in the air. This is going out towards deep mid wicket. I think it's going to fall safe. It does. They're going to come back for the second run, and that's important from a Sussex point of view. The throw is a direct hit, but not out. It was a fine throw that came in there from the deep, but not out. And, well, all happening there. But the key thing from a Sussex point of view is that it has got Visa on to strike. And it means that 30 are required from the last 2 overs, with Visa 30 and Garton 2, 168 for 5. He miscued that, but we mentioned that there was nobody saving one on the leg side. Had there been anybody, probably they could have caught that. And it fell short of any of the deep fielders. Wesley coming in with a throw there, hitting the stumps, but a judge not out. And 168 for 5 with 30 to win off 2.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex, 5 Live Sports Extra. You can watch the pictures via the Sussex live stream. And what a finish to this game on a glorious late autumn afternoon here at Hove. Not a cloud in the sky, and a wonderful game of cricket. 197 for 5 Essex made. In reply, Sussex 168 for 5. And as Nick was saying, 30 needed off the final 2 overs. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Nick Gledhill, as in comes Cook running up the hill to bowl to David Visa, who hammers the ball down the ground. Is he going to be caught? He is caught by Simon Harmer at long off, and that's a huge wicket for Essex. It was a full toss. It was drilled down the ground by David Visa, but it was straight to Simon Harmer, and there was no way that a player of Simon Harmer's experience was going to miss that, and he duly didn't. And now the pendulum has swung very much the way of the visitors. David Visa is out, 30 of 17 deliveries. Sussex needing another 30 to win in 11 balls, but the big guns are out. Still batting to come, the wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who doesn't usually play in this format for Sussex, is coming out to bat. He's keeping wicket because Phil Salt is away with England. But now this is a really big ask for Sussex, and a big wicket for Essex.
Yeah, great start to the over. The key man, David Visa, who was looking so dangerous, has gone. Essex have looked a much more effective side. I'm still wondering how on earth they lost on Friday, having been in such a powerful position. But since the end of the 4-day competition, which might have been a distraction in the first part of the T20, they have looked a little bit more like the side that won the competition last year. You suspect they have left any revival too late. They still have to win the last 3 games and hope for some sort of mathematical miracle. But,
well, let's see what happens here. Sam Cook coming into bowl to Ben Brown. He's in over the wicket bowls, and Brown pulls that away on the leg side. He picks up 1. He'll be looking for 2, but I don't think there's a second run there. And it'll be left to George Garton, the left-hander. So 1 to Brown. The Sharks to 169 for 6, needing 29 to win off 10 deliveries. The required run rate has edged up to 17.4 and over. As Garton, who's very strong on the leg side, surveys that leg side field, and he'll see there are 3 men deep waiting for the catch. But here comes Cook around the wicket. He's in and bowls, and Garton swings this one away, but he's going to be caught at backward point. Garton is on his way for just 2, and now Essex are very much the favourites. Sussex are 169 for 6. Garton is gone, and Sussex now needing still 29 to win, but just 9 deliveries in which to get them. And in literally the last 10 minutes, with the dismissals of Bopara, Visa and George Garton, the pendulum has swung very much back the way of the reigning T20 champions.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that probably the game is lost for Sussex now. And I say Essex deserves some credit. I think Lawrence deserves to be on the winning side for that innings, which was absolutely brilliant earlier on. And to say it has set Essex up here. And just when they looked like stuttering, as they did against Surrey, they had a useful little innings in the end from Michael Pepper, who struggled to get going, but in the end was quite effective and just made sure that they beat the score that they got on Friday. And it has been, I think, the best Essex bowling performance that I've seen in the competition this season. It's been very, very effective, and they've looked much more effective as a unit. And I think this is going to be enough to say potentially just give them a sniff of staying in the competition, though the reality I think is fairly gloomy in terms of qualification.
Sam Cook is on his way over the wicket, bowls to Ben Brown. Brown pulls that way on the leg side. They've taken a single But Sussex need more than that now, fielded by Dan Lawrence. Brown goes to 2, the Sharks to 170 for 7, 28 to win needed, off of just 8 deliveries.
If you're thinking about sides who've still got to play each other, with Kent having won that game today and gone to 10 points, and Sussex will have, no, I think Sussex have still got to play Surrey, haven't they?
Yes,
on
they have.
Wednesday.
I mean, that's a huge game at the Oval now on Wednesday night. As in comes Cook running away from us from the C end. He's in and bowls to Robinson, who drills that down the ground, but fielded at mid-off by Simon Hummer, who gets in the throw. Ollie Robinson didn't make his ground in time, and I think Ollie Robinson is on his way. Ian Gould has raised a finger, and Sussex lose another wicket, and this game is now rapidly slipping away from the Sussex Sharks. So we're now 170 for 8, just 7 deliveries left in the match, 28 needed to win, and this is some comeback by Essex in the dying last few overs of this game.
Yeah, it is. As I say, I think it's probably one game too late, any sort of revival. They'll still be wondering how they didn't beat Surrey on Friday. But I don't think 10 points, looking at the way this group is shaping up. And of course, only the 2 best third place sides go through. So there could be a side in third place who miss out. But yes. I have to say that it's looking like 10 points won't be enough, probably good enough to get third place in this group, the way it's panning out, with Kent having won today, and particularly if Surrey win tonight, because that would take them up to 10 points still with 3 to play. And of course they've already played their 2 games against Essex, so it's probably too little too late. But I tell you what, Essex has shown a little bit more of the form that won them the trophy in the last couple of games.
Sam Cook is coming into bowl to the Sussex skipper Ben Brown. Final ball of this penultimate over of the match here on 5 Live Sports Extra, BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Radio Essex. Cook is on his way to bowl to Ben Brown. He's in and bowls, and Brown looks to paddle that around the corner, and he does successfully paddle the ball around the corner. So a boundary for Ben Brown. He goes to 6. Sussex to 174 for 8, needing 24 more runs to win off the last ball of the innings. If you missed it earlier, a very convincing win for Kent earlier on today. They've beaten Hampshire by 8 wickets down at the Ageas Bowl to return to top of the Southern Group. And later on this evening, 2 more matches being played in this glorious weather in September. Middlesex against Surrey at Lords, and Yorkshire playing Lancashire at Headingley. You can hear those games via the BBC website, so listening to those, bound to be 2 cracking games of cricket. But I think probably Sussex have got a little bit much to do here. 24 needed off the last over, but you have to say, Nick, in this format of the game, you never ever know, and Danny Briggs is going to be taking strike to Matthew Quinn.
Sussex still to play, Surrey, Middlesex, and then of course Essex again at Chelmsford in the last round of games. So Matt Quinn bowling to Briggs. Actually, that's a very effective hit, but in fact it's going to be caught. No, dropped at deep square leg. It was a pretty good strike that from Briggs, and he must have had his heart in his mouth when he saw it going out to deep square leg. Thought it might go for 6. Feel they're getting a hand to it, but dropping it, and he just gets the 1 run, which probably isn't going to be enough. But thought
it was going for 6.
Yeah, a 6 would have been interesting there. Wow. So 23 required off 5. A 6 would have been interesting, certainly, but not to be. So it's Brown on strike at 175 for 8. He backs away, goes for a big hit, hits it out towards deep mid wicket, and it's just going to be the single there. So Ryan Tender-Scarter, who dropped that catch off the previous ball, comes in to collect that, but no great damage done, because it just means that 2 runs have come from the first 2 balls, and 22 required off 4, very much the game in Essex's possession. But that was a good old hit from Danny Briggs. Yeah, he had gone for 6. That would have been interesting.
He's a fine batsman. He's made a first-class 100, Danny Briggs, although he's batting at number 10 in this match.
So 176 for 8, 22 from 4, and this is a good strike from Briggs, but only up to long off for a single. And so it means now 177 for 8. And Essex are finally going to get their first victory in the T20 campaign. They've had a rain out, they've had a tie, all the other games have been defeats. They're finally going to get off that 2 points. But I suspect, particularly given the fact that Kent have won today, it's just too late. 177 for 8. As Quinn comes into bowl, it's a slower ball and pulled away nicely. That's going to go for oh, that's a good stop for Plum. I thought it was going to go for 4. They've got back for 2. I thought he wasn't going to get to that, Jack Plum, but he got across very nicely at fine leg. It has been a good performance by Essex in the field and with the ball. As I say, they have looked a bit more like the side that won the competition last year, where they looked anything but in the first batch of T20 games before that final round, that crucial final round of Populous Trophy matches, which he felt Essex that was their main priority. And now perhaps a T20, switching attention to a T20, it's just come too late, particularly after that defeat on Friday. 2 balls to go. This is hit away nicely, and this is again into a gap, and Plum getting across, can't stop it this time. Almost into the same place. This time Plum getting to it, but not quite being able to get his hand outstretched and to stop it going into the rope. Hit in much the same area, but this time it is a boundary, but it's going to be too late for Sussex. Brown has gone to 13, Briggs on 2, 183 for 8. And we come to the last ball. Essex will be pleased to finally get a win. But as I say, the table is not looking good in terms of 10 points being enough. 183 for 8. And here is the final ball from Quinn, and it's pulled away out towards deep mid-wicket. Every run counts, of course, in terms of net run rate. They're going to come back for a second run. So it all means that Essex belatedly get their first win as champions in this year's T20 Blast. It has been a long time coming, but they've got there, and 185 for 8. And I think in the end, because of that brilliant display from Lawrence and Wesley, which Sussex were never really quite able to match, despite some fine hitting by Rawlins and Wieser, I think Essex deserving to win this game. They've got home by the margin of 12 runs in the end, relatively comfortably. It leaves Sussex still with a bit of work to do at the top of the group. They're still in a nice position, and I still think they've got a lot more chance of qualifying than Essex, but at least a little bit of self-respect restored for Essex.
Yes, absolutely. So Essex win here by 12 runs. We'll wave goodbye to our listeners to Sports Extra. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for all our listeners for joining us this afternoon. As you say, Sussex still with every chance of qualifying, but a really key game for the Sharks now coming up at the Oval on Wednesday, then here against Middlesex, and a visit to Chelmsford on a Sunday. I'm going to leave you, Nick, because I need to make my way next door for my update for BBC Sussex, but great to have your company today.
Nice to see you again, Adrian. And well, it's I think really you have to say in the final analysis in this game that you can't see an innings like we saw from Lawrence and the guy finish on the losing side. It would be just sort of beyond the bounds of fairness, because it was absolutely brilliant. 81 from 44 balls with 6 sixes and 6 fours. His first 46 runs, all in boundaries. Tom Wesley shared in that partnership, and it's good to see Tom Wesley back into some of his best form in limited overs cricket. The pair putting on 118 in the space of 10 overs. Wesley making 39. Michael Pepper's 34 not out from 24 balls in the end was quite important. He struggled initially, but he held things together in the middle order. Simon Harmer made 21. That little partnership between the two, which was unbroken for the 6th wicket, adding in the end 47 runs in the space of the last 4 overs. That in the end made quite an important difference in the context of the game. It's fair to say that Sussex never quite batted with the same freedom that Lawrence and Wesley enjoyed. Thomason's 47 was a bit hit and miss. The crucial wicket really at the start was Luke Wright for 20, and then when 2 batsmen were really threatening, Essex were moved. Rawlins for 37 from 20 balls and Wieser for 30 of 17, and it was the best Essex bowling performance I think we've seen on what is a pretty good pitch here. It has to be said that they really bowled very well as a unit. Cook 3 overs 2 for 25, Quinn 4 overs 1 for 37, Plum 3 overs none for 23, Harmer 4 overs 1 for 43, Nijar 3 overs none for 28, Delport 1 over for 10, Lawrence 1 over 2 for 3. Yeah, that's worth repeating. I think he's man of the match. 81 and 1 over, no maiden, 2 for 3, and Walter 1 over, 1 for 6. But with the 8 bowlers used, a very, very good team bowling performance from Essex. But Kent have beaten Hampshire, and I have to say, as you look at this table, you can't really get much encouragement from an Essex point of view that 10 points is going to be enough to have any chance of finishing 3rd in this group, let alone qualifying. Kent with 10 points from 7 games, Sussex with 9 from 7, Surrey at 8 and Middlesex 6 play each other this evening. But with the game still to come, the likelihood is that even if Essex win their last 3 games, that will not be enough to secure qualification in this year's T20 Blast. But a bit of self-respect restored today, and they'll certainly be confident on Wednesday of playing a rather under par Hampshire side who are really struggling in this competition. It may yet be the fact that Essex have already lost to Hampshire could be crucial in the final analysis, but they'll be feeling confident they can put in a good performance on Wednesday. So join Paul Newton and Kevin James for that one on BBC Essex on Wednesday afternoon. But for now, the good news that Essex have finally got off the mark in terms of winning in the T20 Blast this year. They've beaten Sussex by 12 runs. And for now, from me, Nick Ledghill, from Adrian Harms and the team here at Hove in beautiful sunshine, thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Cheers. No problem.